Live now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. Welcome to this meeting of the Economy and Resources Committee. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our Council's website. Can I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, please write speak in the Teams chat function and you will be invited to speak in the order I have seen you about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we can deal with the business as efficiently as possible. You may use the raise hand function if that is easier for you, and I will endeavour to keep track of those too, but my apologies if I miss you in the first instance. It's not so easy to pick them up. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. And if any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you please to either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or alternatively, write leave in the Teams chat function and then join once you are able to rejoin us. This is necessary to allow us to record member presence accurately. And please do not use the chat function for any contributions that are material to debates and therefore should be on the public record. We have several important reports to consider today and a fairly lengthy agenda, and I anticipate we'll deal with the business in our usual efficient manner. Given the length of the agenda and the fact we are all participating digitally, I intend that we take a short break every 2 hours, with a break at a suitable point around lunchtime. How many of those breaks we require is entirely in members' hands collectively. With that, we'll move to Cedric apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Nick, can you provide the Cedric and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not in receipt of any apologies. Members not present, and they are joining as we speak. So I'll just make one adjustment I can see. Members not present at the start of the meeting include Councillor Ian Carruthers, Tommy Sloan, Andrew Wood. All other members are present on Teams.
Thank you, Nick, and I naturally approve of members' remote participation. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Before I invite members to make any appropriate declaration of interest, I wish to declare an interest in item 8, that is UK Community Renewal Fund. A partner is employed by South of Scotland Community Housing, which has been shortlisted. I will therefore leave the meeting for the duration of that item. Invite any other declarations of interest, please. Councillor Dryber.
Thanks, Chair. Not so much a declaration of interest, but it's on the same report. I am a vice chair of South West Scotland RNR, which didn't go forward, so therefore it's just making sure that people are aware that I will be, as you are, declaring an interest, and I'll be chairing that particular one.
Thank you, Archie. I'll look for any further declarations of interest. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's on item 8 as well, as a director for the Whithorn Trust and as one of the organisations that has been proposed to be shortlisted. I will excuse myself to that item on the agenda and not take part in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, I'm not sure if you were indicating to speak. Okay. If there are no further declarations of interest, we'll move to item 3, which is the minute of the previous meeting of 23rd March 2021. Are we content to approve that minute, please? I will take silence as assent. Thank you, members. Item 4 is a report on developing the Dumfries and Galloway Council Annual Governance and Assurance Statement for 2020-21, report by Head of Governance and Assurance. This report seeks the committee's recommendations on issues for inclusion in the Annual Governance Statement for 2020-21. We referred to paragraph 3.14 in particular for consideration of any matters we would wish to include in the Annual Governance Statement. And Nick Evans is here to assist if members have any questions. Nick, is there anything that you'd like to add at this point?
Hello, Nick. I've sent you a text message. I'm in Municipal Chambers and I'm having bother connecting with the meeting.
So we can hear Councillor Nicholson absolutely fine, but I'm not sure that he can hear us. So perhaps if we can deal with item 4, and then I'll let you get back to assisting him, Nick, if that would be okay.
Sure. No problem, Chair. No, Chair. There's nothing to add. This is the report that members will have seen doing the rounds of a number of the other committees, and flows really from the investigation undertaken by FPT and some of the findings, which included giving service committees the opportunity to feed into the annual governance statement. So this is, E&R are the last but one, and FPT will consider it on Thursday also, but it's been round all the other committees. So it's an opportunity for members to flag up if there's any particular bits of activity over the last year that they would like to see reflected in the AGS.
Thank you, Nick. I'll invite members' questions and comments.
Thanks, Chair.
Archie, you want to come in, and then I have.
Yeah, it's basically, I think it's a good response. The amount of things that we've done in here is ever growing, and always there'll be a review of these, I would imagine, in future years. But it's just a typo in 2.4 on page 32, the second bullet point. From the bottom is managing risks and performance, though robust internal control. I take it that'll be through robust internal control as opposed to though.
I would take it you're right. We certainly don't do it in spite of robust internal control, and well spotted. Thanks, Archie. Councillor Thompson. Stephen?
Apologies, Chair. The question's been answered.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I will pause in case there are any further questions or comments. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, just a couple. The Crichton Estate, we haven't had much through on it recently, and just the governance with regards to it and how we do that. That might be something that we could pick up on. And the other one was, we give out a lot of money to projects for third-party groups, whether they're private sector, voluntary sector, charitable, for feasibility studies, etc. Have we got any way of recording what comes through that? Because there's been 2 or 3 big projects that seem to come in for more feasibility study money, etc. And what is that being used on? Maybe some way of monitoring that.
Thanks, Ivor. So you're suggesting that those would be recommendations for issues to be included, is that, if I'm picking you up right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Lorna, can you advise on these?
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Hislop's correct. Obviously, the Crichton Trust is an independent charitable organisation that operates on a very long lease and agreed terms for the operation of the Crichton Estate. This committee has oversight of that, and if appropriate, then we can arrange for a report to be brought to the committee from the trust itself, updating on its activities, particularly over the last year in the times of COVID. And if helpful, I think probably an opportunity for a discussion prior to that, in some sort of member discussion with committee and the Crichton Trust itself, if that would be helpful. On the second point, on the feasibility studies and projects, largely these are funded by the grants that come down from government. So the Town Centre Capital Fund was one where there was a number of feasibility studies that were commissioned by the council as part of the use of that funds. The delivery of that is very much in line with the grant conditions the government set for those feasibility studies. So the award of the money and the delivery of it is monitored as part of the conditions that we have to meet for government funding. but if helpful, I think we can gather up some information collectively on the projects, particularly on Town Centre Capital Fund, but also the small number of feasibility studies that the council itself has funded through the Economic Development Asset Class, with a more comprehensive update on that information as well. Whether either of those feature in the governance assurance statement, members can determine, but those are certainly issues that we'll take forward as actions for the committee forward.
Lauren, thank you. I think that's very helpful, and I think that both reports would be welcomed by members and would be useful. Ivor, have you any further comment on that before I bring in Councillor Johnson?
Chair, happy to see reports coming back to this committee, and that might be the most appropriate way to deal with this.
Thanks, Ivor. I'll go to Councillor Johnson. Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. It was on the recommendations for inclusion going forward. Some of the recommendations look a wee bit time limited, because I'm still one of these incredibly optimistic people that thinks that one day COVID will be a distant memory. But I don't think grants and things coming forward will be a distant memory. And rather than have recommendations, establish procedures for administering Scottish Government business grants, we establish procedures for grants in general, a process that we go through to establish where we go with that, rather than having to keep revisiting it. And equally with remote working, we've got a great report coming up later on in this with regard to remote working, which is excellent. But again, it's linked to the council office accommodation strategy and the COVID-19 health and safety requirements. There's a lot of this is linked, and clearly, obviously, because of everything that's happened, is COVID related. But like I say, I'm one of the optimists that think one day it won't be. But these issues will still be here, regardless, going forward. So I think including these things in the government statement going forward is an excellent idea. So when do we flesh out what we're putting in that?
Thanks, Malcolm. I think those are fair points. Lorna, can you refresh our memory on the process for the annual government statement, please?
Thanks, Chair. So the annual governance statement is a look back. So this is about the issues that the committee has addressed or indeed considered as part of its work, any issues arising from that work during the year that's passed. I think Councillor Johnson makes a good point. That these are issues that will continue to be raised, particularly around grants, home working, office accommodation. Those are things that will continue to come forward. So I think the request that's been made through the full council decision and audit and risk and scrutiny committee is for us to identify issues arising from our work during the last year that should feature in the annual governance statement. And these are possible recommendations for inclusion in that statement. So it's a statement of work that's been carried out rather than work that will be carried out in the future, if that makes sense. It's a look back.
Thanks, Lauren. I appreciate the reminder. I think that is helpful. Malcolm, I think up to a point that potentially changes some of what you've been looking at here. Would that be fair?
Yes, it does. But I mean, my concern was governance going forward. That was my concern.
No, I absolutely take the point, and I think if we get it right, then next year's annual government statement demonstrates how we've dealt with those issues that we're going to make decisions on further down the agenda today, and the governance implications of those across the year. And I guess in that regard, like you, I am the eternal optimist. I will check in case there are any other members. Any further indications before we go to the recommendations? I don't see any. So at 2.1, we've been asked to comment on the annual governance statement for 2019-20, which I think we have done. And at 2.2, certainly Ivor, Councillor Hislop had suggested 2 items for inclusion. Ivor, are you content those are handled by means of reports back to the committee, or would you wish those to be included?
Happy with the assurances given by Lorna that it come back to the committee and would pick them up there if there's anything that we want to ask questions about. Okay, so we will ensure that that is done. We'll get reports on both of those items. Okay, so we are content then at 2.2. We're not making recommendations on anything additional to what has been included in 3.14. Okay, I will take it that we are thereby agreed. Thank you, members. Item 5 is the Economy and Resources Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for financial year 2021 and for the period ended 31st March 2021, report by the Director of Economy and Resources. This report provides members with an overview of performance against budget at the end of the financial year 2020-21 for each of the services within Economy and Resources delegations, reflecting the context of the COVID-19 emergency response and associated recovery actions. The outturn for the financial year reflects an underspend, and there is detailed information on the budget outturn position, as well as delivery of agreed savings and cost reductions during the year. In my view, this is a positive result given the constraints and pressures of the pandemic and the significant demands those have placed on our services during this time. Gillian Ross and Tam Alder are with us to assist if members have any questions. Gillian, Tam, is there anything that you would like to add at this point, please?
No, I'm happy to take any questions that members would like to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to members' questions or comments. And I have, just let me check the time. Yes, Councillor Drybrat to be followed by Councillor Hislop. Archie?
Yeah, no, not so much a question, Chair, but more of a comment. And again, it comes back to the staff and what they've done over the past, number of months, and what a great job they've actually done. I was actually in a meeting a couple of weeks ago. One of the staff had an HGV2, for instance, and he had moved from one of the areas in ENR into 4 different other areas to support the COVID recovery and the provision of food boxes, for example, is one of those particular things. And I think it's important to recognise that whilst this is a revenue budget monitoring report, I think I would like to place on record my thanks for what the staff have done within that particular area in this challenging time, and to come in with that particular revenue budget has been fantastic.
Archie, I absolutely agree with that. I think that the way in which staff have risen to the challenges and difficulties posed by the pandemic and recovery have been, really, really exceptional. I'll go to Ivor next, please.
Chair, I was just wondering if this is the best way to deal with the underspend, or would it be better going back to the pressures funding if it's an underspend, and we could call on it later, or if we put it back to the COVID, could we not? Does that limit us from actually calling on it for other projects highlighted in Appendix 4?
I take the point, Ivor. Gillian?
Yes, the aspects that we've actually covered as specific non-COVID related is the 795 that we've reported there. Now, the significant majority of that is planning and building warrants income, whereby we've already got an agreed process whereby if they over-deliver on their income target in a year, that they're able to ring fence that and put that into a specific reserve to be able to call on that in times when we maybe don't receive as many applications as we do in terms of being able to meet the budget. So it is basically, it's because that's a demand-led service, it's a mechanism to allow us to manage our resources on an overall basis. So if we weren't able to ring fence that, there might be risks there in the future in terms of needing to call on budget pressures funding as we have done in previous years. So you might remember, previous returns where we've actually had quite significant shortfalls on planning and building warrants that we've actually needed to apply additional funding. By securing this mechanism, that allows us to be able to manage our resources much more efficiently to be able to do that. The other areas are very specific, as we've highlighted in the report, to training. And again, where we weren't able to undertake external training. And so by allowing the service to have that resources available to us, it'll allow us to manage the retraining of staff following COVID and make sure that those are in the best place to be able to address things. You could place the underspends into addressing the COVID position if that was something you wanted to do, but it would restrict the utilisation for the service in terms of the priorities that we have already identified within the report. The overall council report will be presented to the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee this week on Thursday, and that provides an overarching position on the overall council resources that are there for specific COVID-related aspects, if you want to review those details there. But happy to take any further aspects on that, Ivor, as you may have.
Gillian, thanks for that. Ivor, do you have any further points on that?
No, I just thought in the past, one of the things we've tried to do is limit the number of service reserves so that we knew where everything was in the sort of central reserve. But if it's going to mean that we might not be able to get it back for projects that we need to do, then I'm happy to leave it where it is.
Thanks, Ivor. I think with that reassurance, I'm similarly minded. Go to Councillor Johnson next.
Thanks again, Chair. It's page 51, item 3.8. I just wondered what reassurances we had that we're going to receive this employability funding and that it is actually going to recommence this year. Obviously, being an optimistic person, I would have to assume that it will.
Thanks, Malcolm. I know it's been the subject of previous reports to COSLA. Gillian, have you any update on that?
I don't have any further update in terms of what we've actually noted in the report, and that we are waiting Scottish Government further guidance in relation to when that will be reinitiated. But at the moment, what we've identified is we wanted to highlight to members the extent to which we have accrued funding in relation to that expectation of resources coming forward. But when you actually see the more detailed report, you will see that we've taken a very proactive approach in terms of looking at aspects that might not meet the requirements going forward. So, if the Scottish Government initiate payments again, we should be able to receive that. But I see Lorna might have some more additional information in relation to the current position.
Okay. I mean, I certainly think that your further explanation of the approach is very useful in offering members reassurance. Lorna, is there anything further that you wanted to add?
I just wanted to provide a little bit more context, appreciating that this has been a long-standing issue, or recent times long-standing issue. So this is an issue across Scotland. It relates to the European assessment of funding that's administered by the Scottish Government and their processes for audit of that. And so the Scottish Government have been subject to some interventions, and that suspended the payments into projects and local authorities and other partners. So it's, as Chair has mentioned, this has been discussed at COSLA. It's a national level issue. And we're monitoring it very closely and taking a very proactive, as Gillian said, and prudent approach to it. Just making it very clear to members that funding stream is currently suspended, and we anticipate more information through the summer from Scottish Government about progress on this, and we will keep members advised.
Thanks, Lorna. I think that is helpful. Malcolm, is there anything further you wanted to ask on that?
No, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. It's it's just when you see these sort of things, you do wonder the kind of confidence level behind the figures and everything else. But obviously, with a proactive approach that we have been taking, that should hopefully bear fruit.
I certainly hope so. Yes, absolutely. I'll bring in Archie next, please.
So thanks, Chair. It's now to do with the meeting more for governance, and that Councillor Nicholson's been having problems with his connection, and he's going to try and move somewhere else in the municipal chambers to get back in.
Thanks, Archie. Appreciate the clarification. Whilst I happen to enjoy working from home, I recognise it's not easy for everybody, and I look forward to us all being able to get back into rooms together in due course. Ivor, you wanted to come back in?
It was on the point Councillor Johnson raised. I noticed in the last sentence it says this money's been accrued. I can remember that from another report somewhere that caused us a bit of problem accruing things. Are we confident that we'll not end up in the same position as we did with the trunk roads funds?
I would, I think, draw the distinction about knowing about it at this juncture. But I'll just seek clarification from Gillian. I mean, clearly this is being communicated to members so that we are aware of it. And I guess that we'll keep this on the watch list, so to speak, until the situation is resolved with the with funding from Scottish Government.
Yep. So thank you, Councillor Davidson. Basically, we have accrued basically under the matching principle for the accountancy wise in terms of matching the expenditure with the income that we are due. And as Lorna has indicated in the previous response, we are still awaiting that further update from the Scottish Government in relation to when this will progress. But it is a national issue, as Lorna's highlighted, and there's nothing at the moment to indicate that we shouldn't receive that money, but it is obviously subject to further progress being undertaken over the next few months. So all we're doing here is highlighting that there is a potential risk, and this is the amount that it may be if that income was not received. But there's, it's too early at this point in time to suggest that we shouldn't accrue.
Thanks, Gillian. That's, I think, helpful. If there are no further comments or questions, we'll go to the recommendations. So are we content to note 2.1 and 2.2? Are we content to agree 2.3 that the underspend of 795,000 is ring-fenced and added to service reserves to support the initiatives highlighted within Appendix 4? And are we content to note 2.4 and 2.5?
Indeed.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Gillian. Item 6 is further development of the capital investment strategy, review of asset class funding, report by Head of Finance and Procurement. We're asked to review and consider submissions for the 3 asset classes that report to this committee as part of the short life review of asset class funding, which was agreed by full council as part of the budget setting. The approach and timetable for this review, which was agreed by the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee, is set out in Appendix 1 to the report. Alan Hewitt, Melissa McGarry and Graham McAlorum are here to assist if members have any questions. Alan, Melissa, Graham, is there anything that you would like to add at this point?
No, nothing to add.
Sorry, Chair, it's Paul McCulloch. I managed to attend today. I have nothing to add.
Thank you, Paul. My notes err in that regard. Glad you could join us. Thank you for that. And I will go to questions and comments. Councillor Hagman, you're first, please. Katie.
Thank you, Chair. So the report before us, I'm jumping to recommendation 2.4, and it makes reference to the proposed planned preventative maintenance work for schools and non-schools. And I'm just looking for some clarity, please. The capital investment strategy review that's in Appendix 2 on page 69 refers to non-schools. However, when I'm also looking on page 62, it does say that education and learning, schools, property and buildings do sit within the delegation to this committee. So there's no reference to any planned preventative maintenance works for our schools in the appendix, but it does state in the paper that it is delegated to ourselves. So are we going to be getting a further paper and looking at what maintenance will be done, within the school's asset class? And it's just really some clarity, really. I had an on-site meeting with one of the education officers in terms of maintenance at one of the primary schools within my ward, and I was told yesterday afternoon that lies within property, not within the schools, but yet we don't have any indication of any potential investment. So it's just a bit of clarity on where are we in terms of the maintenance within schools, because it's not included in the appendix before us today.
Thanks, Katie. Paul, can you clarify, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So for clarification, the way that the school's asset class is reported is through the Education and Learning Committee separately. The way that the overall property budget is managed is within property estates and programmes. So this paper before members today, and they ask for the additional £1 million for planned preventative maintenance, covers both the schools and the non-schools asset class. Members at the Education Committee will get an update on the schools asset class programme separately, as you have for the non-schools. I hope that clarifies.
Thanks, Paul. Katie, is that okay?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So can I just clarify, we're not actually agreeing to any schools planned preventative maintenance work today, as per the recommendation. So should the word schools be taken out of recommendation 2.4? And will there be I guess out of interest, will there be a similar planned preventative maintenance appendix going to Education Committee?
So to answer that question, the £1 million ask is for schools and non-schools, and when members receive an update to the Education and Learning Committee, they'll see that in their paper. So just to be clear, it is for schools and non-schools.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Ivor?
This might just be a bit of a process question, or maybe it's just the way I'm reading this, but at 2.3 in the recommendations, it states that we're not wanting any more money from the current review for the 3 asset classes, and then at 2.4 we're asking for an extra £1 million to run alongside the current review. Should the 2.4 not come before the 2.3? Because if we take a decision not to ask for any more money at 2.3, we can't change that decision for 6 months. So the next sentence is asking for £1 million. It's maybe just my way of reading this, I don't know, but do we need to put one in before the other?
So I think while I have a notion about my understanding of this, I think I'll just get absolute clarification from Paul. Thanks, Ivor. Paul?
Yeah, so in terms of 2.3 makes recommendations makes recommendations to agree that there is no additional funding allocated through the asset class, and 2.4 is an ask for additional funding separate to the asset class to support the planned preventative maintenance activity. So it's separate to the asset class funding.
Thanks, Paul. Which was as I thought. Ivor, is that helpful?
But it's an extra £1 million for an asset class. It just seems, the way it's worded seems a bit strange.
So happy to look at clarifying the wording when we get to the recommendations, if that's going to be necessary.
Chair, can I come on it? Can I come in on that particular point? Because I mean, in 2.3, it is capital funding, and I would imagine that planned preventative maintenance is a revenue funder rather than capital funding.
That is my understanding, that it's non-recurring revenue.
I think that is helpful clarification. Okay, are there any further requests to speak or further comments or questions? Ivor, I hope that has cleared up the issue.
It just seems strange that a revenue request is in a capital report.
So, turning to the, in fact, here's Stephen. Councillor Thompson, Stephen, you want to come in?
Yeah, it was actually on that. Obviously, the clarification is welcome that this is basically a non-recurring request, and given that it's non-recurring and it's planned preventative, I would have thought that there would have been a sort of an idea as to what the details of those costs would be, because it would be planned and it's only a one-off for just now. It's non-recurring, so I suppose it's like, do we have the details in front of us so we know how much of it is schools and how much of it is non-schools, or is it like it's not planned, it's reactive, or we're waiting to see what the need is and we don't know what the balance between schools and non-schools will be, but it's only a one-off, so we kind of have to spend it now?
Paul, can you?
Yeah, so to clarify that, what is underway at the moment is a full condition survey across both the schools and the non-schools asset classes. That work's been slightly delayed due to COVID. We're anticipating that work will complete over this calendar year and through to next March. The intention is, as we get the updated condition survey information, that we target this money on a very much prioritised basis across both the schools and the non-schools asset classes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll get the detail, and it's planned insofar as it's planned insofar as we don't know what we need it for yet, but we will do, kind of thing.
And I thought Appendix 2 gives some of that detail, Stephen.
Yeah, so in terms of the planned expenditure, the intention is that, as I say, that we utilise the condition survey information, some of which we've got and some of which is coming very shortly, in order to prioritise the spend across the piece. This expenditure, in addition to the capital expenditure, is to look at issues that highlighted in the report around about building fabric and aesthetics, and decoration, and all of the things that I suppose that we don't have, ring fence budgets for. So this is what this money's, or this ask is for.
That's helpful, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Chair. I would welcome the statement at 3:15 with regard to core paths. It seems eminently sensible that the committee, which has responsibility for core paths, should also have control of the funding. Can I ask, is there a backlog of work awaiting to be done? Because I would imagine that only a fraction of the 400,000 has actually been spent over the last year.
Jim, thank you for that. Who would be able to assist with that question, please? I see Simon Fieldhouse. Simon?
Thank you, Chair. There's not as much of a backlog as it might be anticipated due to the nature of work that we've been looking at externally and outside. We've been able to obviously undertake quite a bit. The biggest issue is actually maintenance, which is obviously has got quite a bit of backlog in terms of grass cutting, but we are on track to spend. But obviously it would be nice to get obviously the approvals through this committee to ensure that we're everyone's cited on the activity that we're doing.
So, Simon, I take it is likely that the allocation of 400,000 will be fully spent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks, Simon, for the answer. Much appreciated. If there are no further comments or questions, I will pause to check. We'll go to the recommendations. 2.1, we've been asked to review and comment on the submissions at appendices 2, 3 and 4, which I think we have done. Are we content to agree 2.2? That's with regard to core paths. And to agree 2.3, we're not requesting additional capital funding for any of the three assets that go to this committee.
Agreed.
And then at 2.4, are we agreeing to support the request for additional funding of up to 1 million for proposed planned preventive maintenance work for schools and non-schools property buildings estate? That's as outlined in Appendix 2.
Agreed.
Thanks very much.
Chair, would that be revenue funding, as indicated earlier in the discussion?
Chair, can I, if you look at the actual recommendation itself, it's agree to support a request for additional funding to FPT, and this committee should support a request for additional funding. We're not saying we're giving you the funding, we're just going to support a request for the additional funding.
So the clarification I sought, I think, was around whether it was revenue or capital, and the response given by Mr. McCullough was that it was revenue. That's the basis that I understood we were making the recommendation, which we have in any case agreed to. And we will therefore move on to item 7. Thank you, Paul. Item 7, Economic Recovery Plan and COVID-19 Business Support Funds Update, report by Head of Economy and Development. Members will recall that in light of the emerging impacts of COVID-19 on our local economy, we agreed to establish 7 work streams to support economic recovery in the region, aimed at supporting people, businesses and creating opportunities. We recognised that addressing economic and social recovery would be an important part of the Council's work in coming years. And this report presents us with a progress update on those work streams, which also necessarily reflects the impact of the second lockdown. It also highlights levels of business support funding distributed by our council at £92 million to help local businesses during the pandemic lockdowns to date. Like Councillor Johnson, I hope that we have seen the last of them. The report also provides an update on the delivery of the discretionary funding which we allocated. As well as seeking agreement to the request of 200,000 to support the Town Centre Retail Challenge Fund, Appendix 3 seeks our support for a feasibility study into the potential use of a large vacant town centre retail site as a venue for local food and drink producers as well as other artisan produce. And in seeing this proposal come forward, I think it'd be fair to reflect that the administration intends, subject to agreement across the committee, that feasibility work is done in partnership with those other town centre stakeholders with a view to complementing or indeed helping to realise their ambitions on the basis that we're all committed to seeing our town centres thrive and flourish again. And David Gardner should be here to assist if members have any questions. David, is there anything that you would like to add at this point, please?
No, thank you. That covers it. Thank you, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, David. I'll go to members' questions and comments. Oh, Steve, you're here as well. Steve, I beg your pardon. Steve, is there anything that you want to add?
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Thanks, Steve. So I will go to comments and questions. Leader, Elaine.
Thanks, Chair. I've really two different issues. One is the proposal around purchasing well, not necessarily, hopefully not the council purchasing a premises, but a premises for a sort of, excuse me, a dog's barking. Sorry about that. What is the work stream with regard to the possibility of a town centre premises for crafts and others, and a possible restaurant? Now, I was contacted by the Guild, and I think other members have been contacted by others with some concerns around this proposal, because there didn't seem to have been much consultation, and certainly the impression which seemed to have been given to DPAG and others and the Guild was that somehow they were expected to run this, and they were concerned really that they don't have capacity. Most of these small businesses are, most of their time is taken up actually running their business, and they didn't feel capable of running some sort of retail outlet in the town centre. So I know that's not actually what was intended, but the way that the report reads seems to suggest it's a bit ahead of itself, and I would have thought maybe more consultation might have taken place with others so that they could develop that sort of proposal in partnership. It's not that I'm opposed to the development at all. It's just that I feel that to a certain extent people haven't been included that maybe should have been included in taking the project forward, and or maybe it should have been more obvious that other people would be included as we took it forward. I mean, I was actually, when I was contacted, I was a bit surprised. I'd only read it as a report to this committee, and as one of the members who represents the town centre, I thought maybe I might have been contacted with regard to this before it turned up at a committee meeting. My totally separate point, though, is also to ask about the taxi fund. Now, Councillor Scobie contacted, I think, all members, but certainly myself and Rob, regarding concerns from taxi drivers who felt that the support from the Scottish Government was insufficient. And Rob and the chair and I were sympathetic, I think, to the request that perhaps a discretionary fund could be used to top up the funding for taxi drivers. Now, I was told when I asked about this that it wasn't possible. And yet we know that 6 other councils did actually use their discretionary fund to top up taxi drivers' support from the Scottish Government. So I asked why it wasn't possible for us to do it, and all I got back was was being told that the Scottish Government had reopened another fund for taxi drivers. Now, that might be all well and fine, but I still want to know why we weren't able to offer support to the taxi drivers from our discretionary fund, and that particular question goes unanswered. So my 2 questions are, one, some clarification over the proposals regarding the Dumfries project, and the other is why were we unable to support the taxi drivers? Thanks.
Thank you, Elaine. So I guess Steve will take the discretionary funds point, and then I think David the town centres proposals. Is that reasonable, gentlemen?
Chair, yes, through you, if I could just come in first of all, and I'll maybe bring David in to assist with particularly with the detail on the taxi fund. But certainly in relation to the outline that's attached at Appendix 3, Project 1, for some sort of initiative within the town centre in Dumfries to create this kind of notion of a mixed food court environment, that's certainly something that we would intend to take forward in full consultation with existing local groups and organisations, including through the DPAG group. And my apologies if that wasn't made clearer in the covering paper. For any initiative of this nature to be successful, it has to be done working alongside with and through the local community, and we would intend to explore that as part of taking forward a feasibility process on this. I think at this stage we were simply flagging this up as an idea of something that could be done within the town centre to really try to help boost activity within the town centre, which has been quite severely hit by the impact of the economic consequences of COVID. And we were looking for some innovative and different ideas that members might be interested in us taking forward in principle. The other project, which is Project 2, which is the High Street Challenge Fund, that's the one that we're looking for agreement to put a request forward through the FPT committee for some specific funding to enable that to actually be taken forward and delivered. With regard to the taxi fund, as you say, Chair, there has been a new announcement or a recent announcement about the new taxi funds. I'll ask David to come in and maybe just explain a little bit more about how that will operate. The discretionary fund itself was set up on the premise that people that had support from other funds should not be eligible or qualify for support from the discretionary fund, because it was intended to plug those gaps in provision. So our understanding of the situation with regard to Scottish Government is that because taxi drivers had previously qualified and received support through the taxi fund, that we shouldn't be directing discretionary fund money towards them. And indeed, they will all now be picked up by this new taxi fund. David, I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Sure, thank you, Steve. Yes, absolutely right. In terms of discretionary fund, it was targeted at those business operators or businesses that hadn't received any funding since October 2020. So whilst it wasn't explicit excluding taxi drivers, in fact, under discretionary fund, I think we did fund about half a dozen taxi operators. The new scheme launched by the Scottish Government for the taxi drivers was rerun last week, and that money is being remitted to them just now. And today I'm waiting on the final clarification of the taxi operator schemes, and that should be launched sometime this week. I think it's also worthy of note that I think across Scotland and in our region, about 60% of the taxi fund was taken up by taxi drivers. So actually a lot of them didn't actually access the scheme.
Thanks, gentlemen. Elaine, do you want to come back?
Yeah, just very, very briefly. I mean, I'm not in any way opposed to Project One. It looks quite exciting, but my concern is more that it appeared to be being imposed by the council on others rather than developed with others by the council. And I think we have to be quite clear that we want to take this project forward in partnership with the others working at Dumfries Town Centre. And on the taxi drivers, I think that the issue was the fact that how did 6 other councils manage to get away with supporting our taxi drivers when we weren't able to do it? Was that actually something to do with our discretionary fund, or did they just interpret it differently? Because it was actually referenced in one of the COSLA leaders' papers, which I think went to the last meeting of the COSLA leaders.
Okay. Do we have any particular observations on that last point?
Sure. I think thanks, Councillor Davis. I think each council had its own decision to make on the discretionary funds. So different councils took a different approach in how they would remit the funding, and obviously we came to our committee and made a decision in terms of who we wanted to target and focus on those businesses that hadn't had other funding beforehand.
Thanks, David. I will go to Ivor Hislop next, please. Ivor.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. First one was, were we involved in the putting up of the signs welcoming back to Dumfries and Galloway, which were all removed because we hadn't got the proper permissions from Amy? I think the A76, A75 and A701 all had the signs that officers had put up removed. Another one, I take a sort of different view from the leader with regard to phase 1 project. When I go to the football, I don't go to the football to buy a pie. If I go to the cinema, I don't go to the cinema to get food. We seem to be putting the ancillary services ahead of the attractions. We need to have attractions to bring visitors to Dumfries. We don't need the ancillary services. They will follow once we actually get the people here, because the trade will pick up and people will see that. But to actually turn it the other way and put the ancillary services, am I going to drive from Glasgow to get an artisan burger in Dumfries? No, I would go somewhere where I can take the kids to do something, they can maybe have an entertainment, etc. And that's what we should be doing. We should be changing the focus of the high street first, and then bring the businesses back in, because what we've got just now is, you're actually, if you look at this, is it the baker's oven it used to be? What you're doing is putting little artisan craft workshops in there, and then you're proposing to open another one up that'll take the feet from the oven, baker's oven, because their project, unless it's the same project and we're just double funding an area, I don't know. But the ideas that come forward from the likes of the Mid-Steeple Quarter, who are wanting to put small retail units in the high street, if we buy a big retail premise from a group and start somewhere else, all we've done is cut the feet from the other one. So how are we going to get the people in first and then deliver the services, rather than have the services and nobody turning up, and all you're doing is spreading the jam thinner across the existing businesses, who will most likely have to close shop because there's less and less trade for their own businesses just now.
Okay, thanks, Ivor. Steve, David, which of you would like to pick that up, please?
I'll come in first, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
So just addressing the comments in order. First of all, with regard to the query about the signs. So there is a group that's coordinating the planning for visitor management that's currently operating, and that would have formed part of the action plan that they're taking forward, and I believe have been and have reported through the RRR subcommittee in terms of those activities. So I'm not aware of the detail of that, but I can certainly get confirmation for members offline. The second issue was in connection with the proposed feasibility work on project 1 in that appendix 3. So in terms of taking that forward, it's absolutely, just to reiterate what was said earlier, it's absolutely the intention that would be taken forward in consultation and partnership with other active local groups and organisations. This is not meant to be a competitive situation. It's certainly not intended to divert any resource or any investment away from what might be planned and proposed by other groups and organisations. This is meant to offer complete additionality. And in terms of a kind of wider, because I think really some of the points that Councillor Hislop was raising is really connected with the kind of wider future of our town centres and high streets, and as we go forward developing recovery plans that are based in place to address that need to really promote and encourage a greater mix of uses within our town centres, to introduce more opportunities for residential use, as well as events and other activities to turn our high streets into much more of an experience for people to visit, rather than just being seen as retail outlets. The idea of creating some kind of food and drink based initiative, which builds on really one of the strengths that our region has in terms of its food and drink produce, is to try to create something that would be more than a support or ancillary service, but would become a destination in its own right. There are strong indications, particularly through our work with the two destination alliances within the region, that there is a growing interest in food and drink related tourism. And so the opportunity would be there to try to develop and capture some of that market as a destination in its own right. But certainly take on board the points about consultation, engagement, and ensuring that this is not a competitive situation, that we're trying to provide something that's genuinely additional.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Ivor, do you want to come back?
Chair, I just think that you need the people first before you put in the other things, because if you put the other things in, we'll just see what trade there is being diluted throughout the whole town centre. We already invest in Castle Douglas, the food town. Now we're going to set up as Dumfries, the food town. You know, we seem to spend money here, there, and there's no way of actually tying it together. It seems to be, right, oh, well, this was a good idea. It worked there, we'll try it here. And on the destination for Dumfries, we need to be ahead of the curve here. We need to be the ones that are leading on this and get the other towns and that in other regions, you know, whether it's your Kelsos, Hoyks, Dundees, whatever. We have to have something that we can be unique with, that people want to come to Dumfries and Galloway and people want to copy, because we've then stolen the march in other areas to bring people to this area.
Okay, thank you, Ivor. I will bring the leader in briefly for some information on the signs issue, and then I'll return to the list of speakers in the chat. Leader.
Yeah, just on the signs issue, and as you say, it was reported first of all to RRR and will be to full council. My understanding actually is that the ward officer concerned with putting up those signs had contacted Amy and had permission from somebody, so it wasn't his fault, it wasn't the council's fault. He had actually sought the permission, but unfortunately that person was on holiday and his permission was not wasn't made aware. I mean, the operatives from Amy were not made aware that this agreement had been sought and that had been agreed, and they thought they were signs that shouldn't have been put there and took them down. So I don't think it is. I think it's a little bit unfair to describe this as the people not getting the proper permissions. I mean, this isn't this committee that it reports to anyway, maybe through communities. But I think it's a bit unfair to try and blame the ward officer for this when he had actually tried to get the permission and thought he'd got it. Thanks.
Thanks, Leader. I think the clarification is helpful. I'll go to Councillor Hagman next, please. Katie.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Steve and David for all the support that you have given businesses over the last year, 18 months. I think it's been crucial, it's been required, and the team have done a great job. I think £92 million going out to businesses is something that we should be acknowledging greatly as we move forward. I'm really pleased to hear Steve mention the food and drink offer that we have within region. I think that's crucial. And we do have a food and drink strategy, of which I'll maybe touch upon when we come to item 22, when we're looking at a refreshed business plan, because there's reference to that in there. And I have a slight concern in terms of that, but I'll save my question for that one when we get to item or to agenda item 22. My question at this point is in relation to Appendix 3 and Recommendation 2.6, and there's a request to FPT for the funding as we move forward. And I am concerned that there's a request that we're being asked for approximately 200k for a full High Street Challenge programme. But I'm just concerned that the detail is not in the appendix. There's two projects here that we're discussing, obviously the empty retail store in Dumfries to identify a way forward on that aspect, and the challenge fund to focus initially on Annan and Castle Douglas. And I would be interested to know why Annan and Castle Douglas were picked as the sort of pilot areas, and I would be interested to know when we would be looking, if this is successful, to roll it across the other region, and what sort of budget would we be looking at, and what are we getting for the 200,000? Because there's no monetary ask coming to FPT in terms of the project one, in terms of Dumfries, and that's the sort of level of detail that's missing. So if we're going to be recommending to FPT, and I'm aware that other directorates, other service committees have put in those requests. So communities have asked quite for a very clear ask for revenue and benefits, which is detailed in their appendix of exactly what they're asking for, and social worker asking for 3 separate ones, which again are detailed in the report of how that fund is made up of. That level of detail is missing in this report. So if we're going to be asking FPT, and I appreciate we won't be able to ask until I think it's the end of August before the next FPT committee will be taking place, that we can put this forward. When will we see that level of detail? Because I am concerned that it's missing, and I appreciate the ambition. I really understand. I'm grateful that we're trying to find new and innovative ways to support our high streets, and it is required, but we also need to make sure that it's done in the correct way. And there's a lot of information that appears to be missing at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Steve, can you assist with
that? Yes, Chair, certainly. So in terms of the specific request in recommendation 2.6, the 200,000 that we're asking for support on refers specifically to the High Street Challenge Fund, which is project 2 in the attached appendix. And on page 119 of the papers, there is a cost breakdown there in terms of how that High Street Challenge Fund would work. In other words, there would be an approximate cost of £12,000 for each individual New Start initiative supported through that High Street Challenge Fund. So the idea behind having the £200,000 allocation to that is to allow us to support multiple new startups, and that would allow us to also roll the approach out across the rest of the region. So the intention is that 200,000 would allow us to support projects right across the region, having initially started with a couple, one in Castle Douglas and one in Annan, so that we can refine and develop the approach before we open it up to the other town centres across the region.
Chair, can I come in just in that specific point?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks, Steve. And I have read that 12,000 in there, but 12,000 is one figure. It doesn't give me what the total of the 200k is going to be for. And forgive me, I may well have read this wrong. Are you suggesting that there would only be one retail shop in each of the areas? So it would be 12,000 for Annan, 12,000 for Castle Douglas, and then 12,000 for each of the subsequent towns as we roll it out? Or are you looking at multiple shops in each? And this is the level of detail that I appreciate you're able to give us that verbal update, but it's not in the report. The 12,000 is just one aspect. And is there a allocation for officers' time? Are we looking to employ a council officer? None of that information is in the report, and this is where I'm struggling with it. Thank you.
Steve, can you assist?
Yeah, I mean, Chair, certainly we can develop further detail ahead of the FTP committee to make that request absolutely clear. The intention is that £12,000 per project is based on the 200,000 ask is therefore based on a number of assumptions, and it's difficult for us to predict ahead what the take-up of this will be. It's difficult for us to predict how many qualifying startup projects will come forward. There may be some locations where there's more than one very good idea that comes forward and is supportable. There may be locations where there aren't any that come forward. So it's very difficult for us to accurately predict. And I think my advice would be, my recommendation would be that when we set that up, that we try to retain some flexibility in terms of how that will operate, so that we can ensure that we do maximise the potential impact of it.
Thanks, Steve. I think that is helpful. I will go to Councillor Sloan.
Hi, thanks, Chair. I've been somewhat confused listening to a lot of the talk going on today. You know, I've sat here and I haven't heard the name Stranraer mentioned once. second largest town in this region, and not one officer has mentioned it. One of the reasons for that is we don't have an officer based down here. I'm reading in the report on the place and town centres. I read in there that we're to get 4 new officers for the different former districts. We were told this 4 years ago by the chief executive. And we've been told many times since that this is going to happen. There's no, I mean, I quite agree with what we should do is get behind the community groups as far as the community projects go. But those groups have got to be led by the members. That's why you're elected, to lead them, not for some outsider to come in and decide where the people of Dumfries and Galloway are going to spend their money. That the members should decide. And I hope you will see that, Chair. I mean, I read about the SMART group. I've not for about a year, 18 months, have I heard anything about the SMART group. The only thing smart about it, I think, is its name. We need to be kept informed what these local groups are getting up to, and at least that way we can maybe give them some assistance and even leadership. But as it is just now, Chair, Sunra is just the forgotten part of Dumfries and Galloway yet again. And this is not getting any better, it's getting worse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sloan. Stranraer is never far from my thoughts, but note what you say. I'll move on to Councillor Thompson. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. No, I was interested in Steve's response to Councillor Hagman just about the 200k. I was a bit unsure about the detail around that, and because it does say in 3.93 the 200k would cover the cost across the region, but the actual in the appendix it just talks about Castle Douglas and Annan. So I think that's helps with a wee bit of clarification, although it does spread it quite thin. I'm thinking, however, the nature of the project. I mean, what if I'm looking at the table in the appendix where it outlines what the 12,000 sort of example, who that would benefit, then while I can see how there's an enabling element to it, effectively the £6,000 element, which is half of the 12,000, goes to the landlord presumably, and that or the owner of the property, that'd be the lease, let's say, which in turn is 50% of the lease. So they'll also get the other 6,000 from the tenant, plus the 4,000 free fit out, if you like. So I'm sort of thinking, is there an opportunity for young entrepreneurs to become landlords? Because that seems to be where the money is going to end up. And the other thing is in year 2, the young sort of fledgling businesses, which I appreciate there's a need for, will effectively get their rent doubled. Do you know? So again, the beneficiary is going to be almost, you could say, the very teeth in the shark's smile of the town centres, if you like. But I mean, there is that kind of structural issue about. One of the issues about town centres is what do you do about buildings if landlords or property owners are sort of resistant to lowering rents or whatever it might be, because these are sort of structural things that, while this might brighten up town centres and encourage and enable opportunities, which I'm not against, I think there is something about yet we're effectively sustaining the sort of roots to the problem that's causing this, or partly causing this in the first place. So are we creating a problem for next year inadvertently, while we might be supporting people in the first year? And so it's really just about getting that kind of understanding that thought process, because you know the guaranteed beneficiary of this is the landlord, if you like, or the leaseholder.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. David, can you assist? Or Steve, I see David, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Davison. I mean, the idea is I understand that the landlord will ultimately be a beneficiary in this, in the sense if they've actually got a tenant in the premises. However, it's to support start-up businesses in the first year by giving them a subsidy on the rent. So we would be making that payment directly to the client that we're supporting through the challenge fund, and not to the landlord. And the second part is, as you rightly say, is to support the fit out costs. And when they apply to the challenge fund, part of that concept would be looking at sustainability. Because yes, absolutely, you're right that in the second year of trading, then they would be paying 100% of the rent, and there isn't a grant going towards that. But that would be part of the vision of looking at that and assessing it when it goes forward to the panel, which will involve some local representatives and not just council officers looking at that particular case for support. So hopefully that helps clarify that.
Thanks. Stephen, you want to come back?
Yeah, just quickly. No, I think yes, but I think the ambition, and I know there's a lot of work regionally in terms of economic, how we transform, if you like, how we do business and economy in the south of Scotland. One of the prevailing issues is around that kind of intransigence, if you like, of the property problem, if you like. So, and I think that. So on the one hand, this does enable businesses, but it's kind of enabling businesses like what we used to do before, in a sense. It's hard to see what the next step is in terms of how does this transform our business and commerce relationships with town centres, because it just seems to be a way of doing what we did before, albeit we do need activity. I'm just missing the transformative element of that. I think that's what it is. David, thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. I mean, we certainly do have an option that we could bring back some more detail on this to the additional meeting in August. I don't think that would necessarily interfere dramatically with timescales, given that we have to get it to FPT for them to make a decision anyway. To offer that as an option potentially when we get to the recommendations and the 2.6 in particular. Let me just check the chat. Tommy, you want to come back in?
Sure. I was hoping to get an answer to the question about these 4 officers that we put in place, one in Stranraer. How soon you will do that? And I'm wondering if your administration would give consideration to doing away with the area committee and making it a committee about the projects in the wards in the different areas, certainly in Stranraer, because it serves no other purpose. And that way it could serve a purpose.
Thanks, Tommy. I'll ask for officer advice on the timescales. So far as area committees are concerned, we are reviewing the delegations and functions of area committees through the reviews of schemes of delegations subcommittee, and your suggestion, I think, is one that we should take through that process. Area committees, I would have thought, ought to get updates on projects in their area as a matter of course. But I think we should certainly look at that through that piece of work. We're doing it anyway, so we should feed into it.
Can I say, Chair, that area committees were brought in for a decentralised programme, not for the centralised programme that will work now?
I understand your point. Steve, can you assist, or David, on the question from Councillor Sloan, please?
Councillor Davis, I'm happy to take that. So we just appointed an economic development officer as part of the restart programme under place last week, and that person will be in place on the 28th of June of this month. So hopefully that answers Councillor Sloan's question.
His name might have helped. But...
Yep, it's Chris Churns.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, David. Members, we will No, we will not go to the recommendation just quite yet. Jim McComb, can I check? I did note that you had your hand up. I don't think you do now. Was it from a previous item?
No, but if you don't mind, you've given me the opportunity to. Yeah.
Carry on, Jim, and then I'll go to John Marshall. Carry on.
David Gardner referred to sustainability. What evidence of sustainability do we have from the two towns where this type of approach has been applied, Paisley and Altrincham? Have the supported businesses continued after the support was withdrawn?
Thanks, Jim. David?
Councillor Davis, I'm not sure in terms of the stats. In terms of Paisley, I think Altrincham is more in terms of the larger project, and that's a live ongoing trading. I guess if you drill down into that, you could look and see if there's been different organisations maybe not been sustainable, but from what I understand, some of them have moved on to bigger things as well, and some of the businesses that have actually taken part in that have now got multiple sites. So there has been some success stories, but I guess that some of that would come out in the feasibility study that we would propose to do, to look at the suggestions we've looked at in terms of Paisley and Altrincham, to look and see what has worked, what hasn't worked so well, and actually how can we learn from that.
Thanks, David. Jim, do you want to come back?
Yeah, that is the sort of useful information we really could do with.
Sure.
And I think that would probably be part of the feasibility that we should get back on this proposal, because fundamentally we need to assess whether there's a good case for it in detail. Like the leader, I think it potentially has a lot of merit, but necessarily we need to get into the detail of it, before reaching any decision on it. So I have another 3 members wishing to speak, and Councillor Marshall, Sean, you're first.
Thanks, Robert. I was looking through it's a detailed economic recovery plan, and I noticed as well they talk about the strategic partnerships on the last page, and they've identified a number there. And within the document as well, it talks about town centre regenerations, and it also talks about working with groups within settlements, to try and make them the best they can be, so that they can, apply for funding, etc. Put projects together. What I'm a little bit frustrated about is, and I think I raised this about 2 years ago, and it's a bit of outstanding work from the council, but I think it's crucial going forward with this, is I still don't think we've done the piece of work to identify the appropriate delivery vehicle, whether it be a trust, etc. There was a piece of work on the council to look at, and I've raised it before, you've got Stranraer regeneration, Dumfries Town Centre regeneration, Upper Nithsdale regeneration, the Annan Master Plan regeneration, and there's still a piece of work to look at how, what is the best organisation to take those forward, because at the moment in Annan, we don't really have a constitution, we can't raise funds. So I'm just wondering, within this economic recovery plan, is it built into it that we have to look at the most appropriate model to take forward plans across the whole region?
Thanks, Sean. I think it's a fair point. Steve, can you pick that one up?
Chair, yes, certainly. And the intention really is we go forward in terms of developing that place-based approach. It needs to be based on and focus on the existing strengths within each individual community. So the arrangements for delivering economic recovery and delivering projects would vary from place to place depending on the capacity and capability of existing organisations. So we do work with development trusts, for example, in some communities. We work with more loosely formed community groups and organisations in others, some of which have got charitable status, some of which don't yet have that. So I think my advice to members would be that this really needs to be done on almost on a place-by-place basis, rather than having a one-size-fits-all model that this is how you have to do it. And I think by doing that, we'll be playing to the strengths of each individual place and each individual community, rather than being seen as imposing an approach or a model which works in one place but might necessarily not be the best for another. So the intention, Chair, would be to take those discussions forward at local level, so as we develop that more place-based approach.
Rob, can I come back?
Yeah, by all means, Sean.
I totally understand that, you know, one model doesn't fit all, but I think it goes against what has already been agreed with regards to the priority areas for regeneration, Dumfries and Galloway, that we have got an outstanding action to look at those areas that I mentioned, to look to see if there is a model that could be replicated across all 4 or 5 of those areas. So notwithstanding the wider picture with regards to this economic recovery plan, there still is an outstanding action on this council and on this department to look at that in the areas, you know, at Stranraer, Dumfries, Upper Nithsdale and Annan.
Thanks, Sean. Steve?
Chair, I don't think there's much that I can add other than to assure members that we are looking at that we're looking at it perhaps in a maybe now a different context in terms of the increased emphasis that's now placed on that kind of place-based approach, and working with and alongside communities and our colleagues who are involved in our own communities model, to ensure that each place has got that capacity and has got that ability to deliver. I mean, we do have, you know, there are well-developed development trust models that have worked well in some communities, and I'm quite happy to share that with Councillor Marshall as an idea, or in terms of how things might be taken forward with, you know, through the Annan Steering Group, for example.
Thanks, Steve.
There's Rob, just to come back, there's already an item on the agenda because we're in work in progress with regards to that, looking at developing a suitable delivery vehicle for the trust, well, for the group going forward. But the idea was that maybe could be replicated to the other priority areas, but it is a piece of work that we'll be discussing at the meeting at the end of June.
Thanks, Sean. I'll go to Malcolm Johnson next, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going back to the 200,000, I'm afraid, and I'm really, you know, supporting what Stephen's been saying here. To a certain extent, I think we do need some more detail, which I assume you're going to address in the recommendations, perhaps. But there may be a bit of a danger with this, that we are actually needing major change, and what we're actually having here is a wee bit more of the same. And perhaps one of the issues is, I think it's undeniable, one of the issues is rental costs, and in effect what we would be doing by doing this would be kind of perpetuating that to a certain extent by subsidising it. And the other issue with a lot of this type of work is there's so many people stamping all over the same ground. I think our joined up approach with other groups is of absolute importance with this, because everybody's poking the fingers in the same areas, and I think we really need to be careful going forward. But we'll wait and see what you suggest in the recommendations. But I do think we need to be careful with this. We're in danger of just putting a sticking plaster on the problem for a couple of years, and that's it.
Okay, thanks, Malcolm. So I'm taking that to be a statement of views rather than seeking clarification. But we certainly will, I think, come to 2.6 and look at look at the potential for getting further information back to committee before this goes up to FPT, if I'm reading members' intentions correctly. I'll move on for the time being to Councillor Martin. John? Hi, John, are you there?
Sorry, somebody keeps switching me off. I don't know why. As I say, I'm just going back to the market, this marketplace and food court idea. Like, as I say, it may work if it's in the high street, which it's got, but I can't see the auxiliaries round about it. It's got to draw people into Dumfries just to go for as it's been said before, a burger or something. It just seemed a grander idea than what we actually had a few years ago on Irish Street when Monaghan's converted a warehouse into, well, they had their shop and they had other stalls. Fair enough, the stalls were permanent, but within 6-9 months that was closed down. It just wasn't feasible. As I say, it may have been because it was an Irish Street. As I say, the daytime economy in most town centres and that, it's about, well, you can see it's about finished now. It's going down, as I say. And yet one of the most complaints we get about, I hear for youngsters and other people when you're out and about and that, is the lack of a cinema in Dumfries. It's a nighttime economy we have got to try and get started to try and get Dumfries sorted out a bit. As I say, if you had a cinema, you bring families in. You may get some of the larger restaurant type things coming in. It may help if you had a food court. But as I say, that seems to be one of the main issues in Dumfries, a town the size of Dumfries, nearly 30,000, and there is no cinema. And yet you find people going down to Annan, saying Annan Cinema, a very good cinema. I'll go there myself an odd time, or Carlisle, taking business away from Dumfries because we don't have a cinema. Thank you.
John, I agree with that. I think it's a very fair point. The town has undoubtedly suffered from the lack of even when it had a cinema, the lack of a cinema that was comparable with other places, relatively near at hand, which Carlisle certainly is, for example. I think it is a very fair point. I am hopeful we may get somewhere with that in due course, but I do think it's a fair point. The shift from retail to experience has, if anything, been accelerated by people's experience of the pandemic, perhaps. Members, I want to go to the recommendations. I'm just
Chair, I've got my hand up.
You're absolutely right, Richard. My apologies, and I had indeed noted you. Carry on, please.
Yeah, well, I don't really believe in monopolies apart from Annan Cinema being a monopoly. But just to reiterate what Councillor Marshall said, it's been a long outstanding action to develop these regeneration groups into meaningful bodies which can raise funds and be the source of running these projects. It's 4 years ago since immediately after the last election that we agreed that it was made an action point, and it was and the predecessor before the election. It was always an agenda that these organisations had to be properly constituted to be meaningful. But it's just a point I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Richard. So, members, only got the recommendations. We'll take them one at a time. And I think we may wish to slightly alter 2.6 when we get to it. However, we'll go through them one at a time. So 2.1, are we content to note the update on the Economic Recovery Plan as detailed in the report and at Appendix 1? Okay. And are we then content at 2.2 to agree the workstream details set out in Appendix 2 for implementation in 21-22 with a review to be provided at the November meeting of this committee? Okay. 2.3 to note the position of the COVID-19 Strategic Framework Fund as outlined at section 3.19. The outcome of the further sector funding support schemes announced by the Scottish Government at 3.20, and also welcome the new taxi support fund that's set out in section 3.20.3. Okay. 2.4, welcome total value of all government business support funds is outlined in 3.21.3 and the distribution by the Council of almost £92 million through those funds in grant aid to local businesses. Members, if you would permit me, I know we've done it before, can we maybe just attach to that recommendation our appreciation for the efforts of all of the council teams that have had a hand in delivering that substantial financial support.
Agreed.
At 2.5, we intend to note the update on the Dumfries and Galloway discretionary fund at section 3.21, including the projected outcome. And at 2.6, though, I think I'll bring Lorna in for some assistance. I'm minded to suggest that we get an updated report on the £200,000 proposal to our August meeting. That's an additional meeting of the committee, because that would, I think, if I've understood matters correctly, allow for a request to go to FPT as it would already have been envisaged. But we do agree that the feasibility work is done on the town centre food and drink proposal. Lorna, can I just check with you for accuracy, general sense, etc., before taking members' comments?
Thanks, Chair. I think from the debate, what I've heard is that members would like a report back on a more detailed proposal for both options within the Appendix 3 for the further consideration by members, and that we progress feasibility work, particularly on part 1 of that proposal, in terms of that will be required to answer some of the questions that members want to explore. So if we agree to receive a report at the August committee on the further development of the proposals and progress on feasibility, to consider any request for support funds. So I think that would be the kind of tenet of this debate I've heard today.
Thanks, Lorna. I think that's helpful and would aid members' scrutiny and decision making. Members, would we be content with that as a replacement to the 2.6 as set out in the report? Further detail will come back to us in August.
Yep.
I will take it that we are. Thank you, members. Item 8, I think, is next, in which I have declared an interest. So I will exit the meeting for that item and hand over to Archie. Thank you, Archie.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, members, this item 8 is UK Community Renewal Fund, and it provides members with an update on progress on applications to the UK Community Renewal Fund and seeks our agreement to the short list of proposals which would form the bid from Dumfries and Galloway to the UK Government by their deadline of the 18th of June 2021. Lynn Burgess and Juliet Cook with Steve Rogers are here to assist if any members have any questions. But prior to that, I just remind members on section 3.6 of the report, the actual criteria for the projects going forward to this report. Steve or Lynn, would you like to add anything to the report?
Thank you, Chair.
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Just one point of clarity, Chair. On Appendix 2, page 23 of the supplementary pack for the Community Renewal Fund, there's a column entitled Project Impact and Conditions. And for the Stove project, the impact and outcomes have been omitted in error. So in that page 23 column, this should read delivery to 400 people, 50 businesses and 43 organisations, and that was unfortunately omitted from the report. Thank you.
Okay, could you just clarify that again, please, Lynn? What did it say in the project impact conditions?
So Appendix 2, so it's on page 23, and it's the column entitled Project Impact and Conditions. It's just a summary of the outcomes of the project. It was just omitted from the report. It didn't have any impact on the assessment, but it's unfortunately dropped off the report there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, any questions or comments? Richard, is that a legacy hand?
Yes, I'll take it down.
Thank you. Ivor?
Chair, with regard to the appendix, I think appendix 1, why did the ones who didn't qualify not qualify against criteria? My understanding, state aid rules are, is it €200,000 over 3 years, yet some of these are asking for 700,000 pounds in 1 year. Why don't they meet that? Because it doesn't tell us that some of them have actually got through, and just going by what we've been told as businesses, or is it charitable organisations get different rules, I don't know, than private sector. And that was the kind of things, because we've got a list there, we've no idea what criteria they didn't meet. It's just a case of they didn't meet it. And it was just to find out exactly why they didn't meet things.
Okay, thanks for the question. Lynn or Steve?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one, Chair. So the criteria was as set by the government. It was part of their process. It was a pass, fail, or detailed criteria around things like state aid or one of them, but there's various reasons for failure to meet the criteria, including duplication of delivery, failure to be a constituted organisation. I think in the project, I don't have it in the report, sorry. There wasn't any reason for the failure. There was a number of reasons on each project.
Could you clarify the state aid rules with regard, because let's say the business that I know of, you get, is it €200,000 over a 3-year period, yet some of these are asking for, was it 900,000 for one, another one here at £274,000. And I know that there's some that have had funding for developing projects in the past. Do they still meet the criteria? Or is it a different criteria for, like I say, charitable or third sector bodies?
Thanks, Chair. It's difficult to comment without knowing which individual project you mean, but also state aid has been taken now through subsidy control regulations, so it's subject to change, and we don't have clarity on that. The funding for 200,000 de minimis funding, and first of all, there has to be an assessment of whether the project is state aid or not before we even consider whether they would apply de minimis funding. And I must admit, I'm not a state aid expert, but at this point, it's difficult to comment across all projects. The state aid has been considered.
Ivor, are you happy with that response? It seems that obviously state aid is part of the progress as they go through, part of the recommendation, part of the process being looked at as these organisations are taken through the UK Community Renewal Fund.
Yeah, it just looks funny that some are getting nigh on. There's one here for nearly £1 million for the Crichton Trust. And from the impacts within Appendix 2, we're making, was it 5 plans and 8 feasibility studies? Now, is that value for money even? Whereas there's other ones in there. It's possibly the one that you were involved with. I might not use that one. But that was actually given skills. There's the Centre for Restoration Trades. Here we are, we've got buildings in the town centre we can't do anything with because a lot of the people don't know how to fit wooden framed windows. They know the plastic ones. We don't have a supply for that. Reupholstering chairs, trades like this. we don't have, but it didn't meet the criteria. Maybe it wasn't constituted properly. But then, you know, we're putting up 960,000 to put in on a shelf somewhere for future discussion. You know, that's why I don't understand why some were in and some went out. If there was a clear track in there of this one didn't meet that criteria, then you would know. But it just doesn't say that. It just looks like, oh, well, here's the usual suspects who know how to fill in forms. We'll give the money to them, and the other ones they don't get. That's what it feels like to me looking at this, because there's no information.
Okay, Lorna, do you want to come in on that one?
Yes. Councillor Hislop, you'll recall that the requirements of the UK's Community Renewal Fund were set out by the UK government, and the gateway criteria, which is basically you're allowed to advance and be considered relative priority for a bid, were set out by them. So some of those requirements were about incorporation, as you've said, a properly constituted organisation, which the UK government had set out in their published criteria, so they are available. There's a number of points about they will not fund anything that's already been funded through other national or local provisions, so duplication, as Linda said. So the approach taken with a very limited time, to carry out this work, similar to other local authorities, was to look at those gateway criteria and indicate those projects that could be included in. We've been subscribed to the extent of £14 million for a £3 million bid. We know other local authorities are in the same position. So we have to meet the UK government criteria. So those assessments have been done by officers supported by officers from South of Scotland Enterprise. So it's been done in an open way, and we'll engage with the groups around that. But we can't submit any bids which don't meet those gateway criteria that have been specified by the UK government. They would fail immediately. And then those bids that did meet the gateway criteria, officers are making recommendations to members today in Appendix 2 about those that would maximise the £3 million available to this region for investment that meet the criteria assessment criteria set out by UK government, but also with a view that this would help maximise the opportunity within the region for those bids. So it's always going to be a process of choice within this, but choice is limited by the government's criteria, and appropriately so, given it's their funding, and they wish local authorities to progress on that basis. So officers have proceeded on the basis of the published rules, which is extensive, and the requirements for that. And I understand the request that you might want to understand which part of the gateway criteria organisations may have fallen to the side on. I'm happy to provide that to members, but the assessment's there on that basis, that we've done that on an open basis and recorded that information. So, you know, the officers have followed through the process that was prescribed by UK government, and the requirements set out by government in their process for this. So the requirement for an open application process, we've followed the criteria process, and we've set out the outcomes from officers and the officer recommendations at this stage, really for members' consideration, given the very tight deadlines and the approach that we were prescribed to take. I hope that explains maybe where we are and where we've got to, and the conditions we've been working to.
Okay, thank you. Tommy?
Thanks, Chair. Just out of curiosity, I'm looking through the list of the applicants for the different fundings, and I don't see any from Stranraer. I was just wondering, was that just no applications coming from Stranraer, and were the people that would do this type of thing aware it was available?
Okay, Lynn, if you could just go through the process of the communications of this particular fund and where it went to.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, all the applications received are listed in the report, so there were no applications from Stranraer. The invite to organisations was the 9th of April, with a closing date of the 17th. Circulators and distribution lists through partners. So as detailed as it could be within the very challenging timescale, and there was a press release, there was the usual social media and website distribution. So all steps were taken to the number of applications that we received. Thanks.
Could I just maybe say then, maybe that dedicated officer that we're due to have is overdue. They should be down here helping groups make these applications.
Thanks for your comment, Dommy, but we can't employ somebody before they can be employed at the end of the day. We've now got Malcolm. Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. It's really, I'm just going back on that point about the projects that didn't meet the gateway criteria, and it would have been extremely helpful to have some indication in the report as to what's happened. So I, for one, would like to get some information on that. So I don't know, Chair, if it's possible to put something in the recommendations where we get a little. Is that me or?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. Mark, I get your saying. What we'll do is we'll put an action.
Councillor Brodie.
The Councillor Brodie, is it? All right. Councillor Brodie, can you go in silence, please? Thank you. Well, I think I understood what you're saying, Malcolm, and I think, you know, if we can put an action on Lynn to go through the scoring criteria and things like that and send it out to members on the E&R committee, and it'll give you an idea of what the situation.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, Chair, because honestly, I think we'll be getting questions about this. You know,
yeah.
We will.
Obviously, if we had more time to do things, it would have probably used a different process, but we were following a process for the UK government at the end of the day, and their scoring criteria. So, okay, have we got anybody else? No. Okay, so that being said, for everything, members, can we go to the recommendations? We're asked to note 2.1, the proposal submitted to Dumfries and Galloway Council for the UK Government Community Renewal Fund. 2.2, note the review of all proposals used against the UK Government Gateway criteria summarised at section 3.7 and as indicated within Appendix 1. 2.3, agree that the shortlisted proposal at Appendix 2 totaling 2.997, including management allocation, are to be included in the bid to submit it to the UK Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government by the deadline of 18th of June from Dumfries and Galloway. And 2.4, agree to receive a report on the outcome of our submissions at the Economy and Resources Committee meeting on the 14th of September, with the action that Lynn will forward the review of each of those applications coming forward against the criteria for the UK Government. Jim? You're still on mute.
Thank you. It's just one or two of the applications have the description. The project offers less value for money than others. Now, that's a delightfully vague statement. What does it actually mean?
I think as we went through the recommendations, Jim, that would be involved in the action that Lynn has been given to go through the scoring criteria. We've actually been to the recommendations and agreed those recommendations. So I want to move on to the next report, but I would ask that the action does include what Jim is asking for an understanding of what that actually means.
A clarification, please, Chair. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think Rob can come back in now.
Archie, thank you. So we will move to item 9. I would propose to take this, I think, before we have a break. Item 9 is supporting community-led economic development and place-based regeneration, report by Director, Economy and Resources. This report presents proposals which were originally outlined in our budget to develop a framework to support community-led regeneration projects by helping them to access professional and technical advice, ensuring that local groups are helped to access expertise and the skills they need to prepare credible bids to the wide range of funding that is coming on stream to support, in particular, place-based investment. We're also advised on the steps required to strengthen the Council's capacity to manage this framework and to help coordinate access to the increasingly complex and diverse range of funding. Steve and Lorna are here to assist if members have questions. Steve, Lorna, is there anything that you would like to add at this point?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you both. So I will open this to members' questions and comments. Jim, is that hand from the previous item, or is it for this one?
From the previous item, Chair. I'll just remove it.
Thanks, Jim. I'd just like to check. I don't want to leave anybody out.
Yeah.
So Ivor, I see you want to come in.
Is there any funding available for private sector to actually stimulate the economy rather than community sector? Because sometimes private sector can actually create jobs rather than just voluntary opportunities.
So, well, my answer in policy terms would be not through this proposal, but that is not to say that there won't be business support opportunities. I would have thought that they might, in the general way, now lie with the South of Scotland Enterprise, but I'll just seek clarification of my understanding of that from Steve. Steve?
Chair, yes, certainly. There are a range of supports available to businesses, both new businesses and start-up businesses, either through Business Gateway or through South of Scotland Enterprise, and that would certainly be the appropriate route for providing support. As Councillor Hislop says, economic recovery cannot simply be driven by community-based initiatives, however important they are. It also needs to reflect the fact that businesses need to grow and expand. And I think that is reflected in the range of supports available and through some of the priorities that are going to come through the emerging regional economic strategy.
Thanks, Steve. I hope that's helpful. It's not our intention to be exclusive in the broadest sense, although it's not necessarily reflected within this particular proposal. Do you want to come back on that?
Chair, as someone who's used Business Gateway and asked for help, I think I know what the answer is. It was as well twiddling my thumbs at home.
I'll note the comment. Archie, you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair. Thanks very much. And I mean, obviously, the amount of funds that are available and are becoming available for local groups and businesses and things like that is going to be enormous over the next number of years, I would think, until we get through COVID. COVID is never going to go away. Let's be clear on that. COVID as a virus is going to stay. It's how we manage that virus is how we're going to get out of this. And I think importantly, those grant schemes and things like that are in place, we're all going to have to pay for eventually in our taxes anyway. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we get best deal as possible for Dumfries and Galloway and let everybody else pay for it, which I'm quite happy to do through their taxes. But it's just to come on to what was suggested in the previous report, making sure that we as elected members are fully aware of what's actually out there for our communities. And when it comes to the council's resource supporting those local communities in their bids for those actual grants and things like that. That we have to be realistic, and in some of the cases, some organisations will not get, because one part of the criteria they may fall down. But it's coming back to what was said the previous item, that if we don't know what the criteria is, then how can we support our local people in making sure that they can apply for the funds in our local groups? And it's great. It's great. I've been involved in a load of things over the last year in Stranraer, and I'm really happy that I can say Stranraer as many times as I want to say Stranraer, because it's important that Stranraer gets recognised for the amount of money that's actually going in there as well. So I think from my perspective, will we have the resource to support those organisations in Stranraer and the many other places across Dumfries and Galloway to ensure that they can apply for those bids?
Thanks, Archie. Resources undoubtedly an issue. Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as you say, having resource in place to support the development and the capacity within those organisations is going to be critical. But this fund is very much designed to build capacity within local groups and organisations, and to allow them to develop the experience of using their own professional advisors and assistants to help them develop professional bids, particularly for capital projects, where the certainly council officers have devoted a considerable resource to supporting, for example, the development of RCGF bids to Scottish Government. So this fund is very much designed to allow community groups and organisations to develop that capacity to start to do that for themselves, supported by some increased resource that we're putting in place in terms of those place-based economic development officers, plus working alongside the existing ward officers and also the new ward assistants that members agreed to as part of the kind of COVID recovery funds. So there is an intent to develop and build that additional capacity to work within local communities to develop, first of all, that pipeline of projects that I think we refer to in the report, but also secondly, to start to build capacity to develop a more strategic approach at a local level in terms of place planning.
Thank you, Steve. I think that is helpful. Archie, do you want to come back?
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Archie. Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Archie's covered some of the points that I wanted to raise, and that's in terms of the capacity and resourcing of our team. I'm really conscious we've just made reference to the hard work for the business support that's gone out in the last year and the team developing that. And it's about how do we ensure that our own team are looked after in terms of their health and well-being, their mental health, because there's so much happening at this point. And I think it is important that we, as elected members, are acknowledging the amount of work that's required by council in order to basically get this money out the door. And the report in front of us makes reference to the UK and the Scottish Government funding streams that are coming in. And there is mention of the Capital Regeneration Grant Fund and the various ones coming from Westminster. There's no mention of the derelict and vacant land fund, and I appreciate that this is quite a new fund, I believe. And I'm just wondering, where does that sit in? Because I was looking at the briefing that went out to all elected members, and this word place-based seems to be interwoven in amongst all the amounts of funding coming in, and it is too mentioned within this. So we've not received funding for this financial year, but will we be looking to progress that for the next financial year? Because as I'm sure every member in the call here is aware, we've all got derelict or vacant land within our wards that we would like to see developed. And if there is additional funds to take those things forward, I think members would like to see that. But appreciate that that's maybe another pressure being put on to the team to deliver to deliver these opportunities for the communities.
Thanks, Katie. I think Lorna, do you want to come in on that point?
Yeah, just in terms of the growth of funds. So Councillor Hagman rightly points out the vacant derelict land fund, and Scottish Government picked a number of pilots, mostly in urban areas for this year, to test out that fund and how it would work. I think it's probably of scale derelict land areas. It's not about exclusion of other rural or semi-rural areas. So we very much recognise that we need to be in a position to look to bid towards that next year when it reopens, and that's been supported by COSLA in terms of how that fund operates and how that works. Just this week we've had notification of a further fund from Scottish Government, the Green Growth Accelerator Programme, again looking for some initial pilots with a view for a very extensive fund to be opened the following year. So again, it's these funds are coming at us on a almost weekly basis at the moment, and we recognise the capacity that we've got, and part of the recommendation at 2.6 is really to give us some further work as described in the report to develop our coordination and the programming of the opportunities for pipelining projects that we can take advantage of these funds. And having discussed this with other local authorities who are in equally the same position, it is about turning this from the funds themselves to the projects and investments that we want to see in the region across all our places, and being ready for the available funds and funding that comes forward when it becomes available. So it's very much a current issue, and it's very much an issue that we want to get ahead of for those strategic projects in particular, because those are the ones of scale and require quite considerable time and investment to develop alongside elected members. So very much recognise that, and just to confirm that we'll keep updating members on these new funds as they become available, so you've got that information at hand.
Thank you, Lorna. I think that's helpful. Katie, is that useful?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Lorna.
Thank you. Tommy.
Hi, Chair. I would just like to go back to what Archie was saying on the community groups taking the initiative on a lot of these projects. I am all for that, but they must be led by the elected members of this council. That's the way that's the way the leadership's got to come from. And could I commend Archie for his pronunciation of the word Stranraer, and maybe remind all his punters in Annan that he has not forgotten them, although he doesn't seem to have given them a mention today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tommy. Stephen.
Thanks, Rob. And it's sort of just following the back of Lorna's response to Councillor Hagman, but it's maybe something we can flesh out in more detail as we go. But
ideas, Willie.
Sorry, I don't know if we're still in the proper meeting, but Tommy, you can put your microphone on mute, please.
Yes,
Thank you. So it was actually to do with how we go forward, because obviously it's a bit of a hot topic in terms of derelict buildings, derelict properties, etc. And it's part of the life cycle of business, is that things start off and then the end, and it's how do we deal with it when the end, I suppose, is the problem. But obviously every ward will have its share of derelict properties and land, and rotten teeth in the smile, as it were. So I'm just sort of thinking, is there some way that we can capture, on the back of what Lorna said, a kind of register? Because I know we've sort of circled around the derelict property strategy, etc., for a number of years, and I'm sure a lot of members won't be thoroughly satisfied with how that sort of panned out. But there'll be finance involved, and as you've touched on already, there are schemes at a national level to sort of tap into, whether it's to lobby for or to be part of the next pilot or whatever it is. But how can we take that forward, Chair and Committee, I suppose, in terms of the work that we're doing on registers like that? Because I'm sure we know them inside out, because we'll have been complaining about them for years. So presumably that should be pretty much close to hand in terms of preparing a report to come forward at a future date, for example.
Okay, so I take your point on that, although it's not one for this item, but I think we can perhaps revisit that later when we're looking at the business plan. If there aren't any further points on this item, we'll go to the recommendations. Okay, so are we content to note 2.1 and indeed note 2.2? Are we content to agree 2.3? Note 2.4. Agree 2.5, which is the framework for support to community-led regeneration projects. This is outlined at section 3.3. And then finally, agree 2.6, which is that we will receive a report back to committee later this year on the work to create this pipeline of projects that has been referred to in debate. Are we content with that? Okay, I'll take it that we are agreed. Thank you, Steve and Lorna. That is 12:40. I intend to take item 10 because I like to push it, and I recognise that is slightly beyond the 2 hours I originally promised, but we will take item 10 and then pause. Item 10 is Lochside Transformational Regeneration Area Partnership Proposal, a report by Head of Economy and Development. And this report asks us to consider a proposal from the Wheatley Group to deliver a partnership approach to support the further regeneration of Lochside, reflecting the commitments to improving homes and supporting the local economy, which were made when DGHP became a partner of the Wheatley Group. Jamie Little is here to assist if members have any questions. Jamie, is there anything that you'd like to add to your report, please?
Thanks, Chair, and nothing further to add at this time.
Thank you, Jamie. I'll go to questions and comments then, and to Councillor Campbell. Dougie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Question for Jamie. First of all, I should say very much welcome this partnership proposal, and any additional housing is obviously much needed in the region. My question, Jamie, is around page 164 and the Wheatley Group's proposal, and I note that there is reference to sustainable housing and environmental standards, but I was surprised that the narrative was pretty much limited in relation to the Council's wider climate emergency commitments. I'd just be interested to know your sort of thoughts on that, Jamie, being, obviously working closely with our housing associations, and I'm mindful of the standards and the approach that Loreburn Housing Association have been taking, particularly in relation to passive houses. And also looking at recommendation 2.2, there's reference to a further report in relation to a formal agreement. Would you anticipate that this would be the point that we would be looking for more detail in terms of the sort of energy and carbon emissions reductions that we'd be looking for as a council?
Thanks, Dougie. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. On I'll take the second point there first, if that's okay. Through the development of the new affordable housing, this will obviously be something that's taken forward in accordance with the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, which very much sets out an approach to maximising energy efficiency as part of the new developments, but also how we locate those properties and link them into the wider community so that they make sure that we're also delivering in terms of active travel and some of the other objectives within the Climate Emergency Action Plan. In terms of the energy efficiency standards, this is a proposal for members to really consider taking forward the approach that's set out in the document, and further detail will be provided. There wouldn't be the place for the energy efficiency standards to be considered within the further report that comes forward. That would be more in accord with the strategic housing investment plan as mentioned before.
Thank you. Jamie, Dougie, do you want to come back on any of
that? Yeah, Jamie, just in terms of taking this forward, and I take your point about the energy efficiency standards, but will we have a firmer indication from the Wheatley Group in terms of the housing stock that they would be proposing to have built?
The proposal that comes forward for the housing stock is going to be very much shaped by the community and the consultation, and obviously being in accordance with council policy as well. We would anticipate that the properties will need to meet the current standards as a minimum, and they'll be looking to drive these forward towards the energy efficiency standards for social housing requirements that come in 2030. Through the Scottish Government's Affordable Housing Supply Programme, there's also a review of the current standards underway, which is going to seek to probably, I would be fairly confident in saying this, increase the current energy efficiency standards that are provided and through affordable housing as well. So there will be a minimum requirement, and obviously as a council and as council officers, we'll be keen to maximise the delivery of energy efficiency and deliver some of those other wider strategic objectives.
Thanks, Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Archie, you want to come in on this point, and then I'll go to Councillor Nicholson. Archie?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I have to say, I get a lot of support from Jamie at the Strategic Housing Forum, where all of the registered social landlords are actually attend, and we do recognise the fifth priority of the council, and with a lot of good work between Jamie and the climate emergency officer and things like that, we are getting a lot of good responses from those registered social landlords and DGHB, and Wheatley, of course, are part of that. So I would suggest that obviously when we move forward with this, and the hope would be that everybody would get involved, including the local ward members, to get involved with this, that the emergency declaration that we provided would set a standard, hopefully, for the future. But I think you've got to take it in a totalitarian situation, or holistic would be even better, because I can say that better than totalitarian. is that when we look at this, it's also about, as Jamie says, the active routes to and from Dumfries and the larger sort of environmental issues.
Thanks, Archie. I think that's helpful. Ronnie?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to see this paper coming up. I think consultation was mentioned, and it is the right way forward, but there's been lots of consultation in the past, and plans have been ongoing for the past 10 to 15 years through DGHP, but for whatever reason, we did some with DGHP, but didn't push this forward enough. And I'm glad to see this, really pleased to see this new look, updated transformation plan from Wheatley Group. And I'm glad to see the kind of approach, dynamic, refreshing, the approach from Wheatley, and I'll really look forward to working with them and see what develops in the future. And that's a comment, and there's no questions on that. Thanks.
No, I appreciate the input, Ronnie. Recognise that you would have been substantially involved with the first round of neighbourhood renewal in North West Dumfries, if memory serves me correctly. I'll go next to Ivor, please.
Chair, I think this is a good project that's coming forward, and I think we should be looking as a council to support the sort of regeneration of this area. I would like to think that the comments that Councillor Campbell put forward with regard to climate change would be taken into consideration when we're going forward, to make sure that we get the best project here that we can. I remember when we did the previous round, now correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Nicholson, I think it was Oliphant Court or that way, there was some houses that benefited the people from the fact that it was like £70 a week in heating costs down to £70 a month, I think was what the lady told us. So it's going to benefit the residents of the area so that they've got good quality housing. I would like to also think that we are looking at the type of housing we're putting in. We are an ageing community, so maybe some bungalow styles in there that would allow people to stay longer in their homes rather than having stairs where they might have to go up and down. So if they can look at that when they bring forward the proposals for the area, I think that would be quite good, so that we can keep people in the area that they've were born and bred, and they're in accommodation that suits their needs at that time.
Thanks, Ivor. Jamie, any observations on that, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just on the point of the climate emergency as well, one of the main objectives of this is delivering the green infrastructure as part of this programme. So we're certainly very aware of the need to make sure that we're supporting the climate emergency strategic action plan. And DGHP and the group are also very much aware of that through our engagement with them as officers. That's something we've certainly made front and centre of discussions. So yeah, we're certainly going to seek to take that forward. In terms of the types of housing, we really need to make sure that in the appropriate stage we carry out a proper need and demand assessment for the local area and make sure that we are meeting the priorities that were identified through that. That is something that would obviously be brought back to committee at a later stage for agreement through the strategic housing investment plan. So that will come back in front of members, and there'll obviously be the evidence provided to them to set out the reasons for recommending specific housing tenure types. Agree that there's obviously a need to look very much at the ageing population as well, but one of the objectives of the proposal is also to support the Northwest Community Campus through the provision of new, modern, affordable family homes as well.
Thanks, Jamie. I think that is helpful. That there are clearly going to be a number of additional steps to this, whereby we will get further detail as this progresses, and I think that's really important. I think, like other members, I warmly welcome this, and we'll be delighted to see it progressing over the next couple of years. If there are no further questions or comments, I will go to the recommendations. 2.1, we are asked to consider and endorse the Lochside Transformational Regeneration Area Collaborative Regeneration Proposal. I think we have considered it, and I take it we are content to endorse it. I'll assume that we are. 2.2, to agree to receive a further report to consider a formal agreement between the Council and Wheatley Group to take the Transformational Regeneration Area forward. Are we content to agree to receive that report? I take it we are. Thank you very much, members. So we will now break until 25 past 1. I think that should allow a reasonable break. So 13:25 in return, please. Thank you all for your input this morning. Much appreciated. Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back. Item 11 is next on the agenda, and it is the Economic Development Capital Programme 2021-22 to 2023-2024. The report is by Head of Economy and Development. This report provides information on the outturn of expenditure for 2021 for the economic development asset class. It also seeks agreement to the proposed allocations for the next 3 years and provides an update on plans to embed Borderlands project monitoring and reporting within future reports to this committee. We're also asked to consider recommendations on projects to progress to stage 1 submissions to Scottish Government's Regeneration Capital Grant Fund, as well as agree an allocation from the new place-based investment fund. Simon Fieldhouse and Melissa McGarry are here to assist if members have any questions. Melissa, I understand I think there is a change to recommendation 2.5. I wondered if you could update us on that, please, before we go to comments and questions. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We would like to amend recommendation 2.5 to say the following. Agree that stage 1 funding applications be submitted to the Scottish Government's 9th round of Regeneration Capital Grant Fund 2022-23 for the following projects: Kellow Home Skills and Innovation Centre, Thornhill Hub and Lockerbie Hub, as detailed in Appendix 5. Chair, the reason for this is that the group that we are working with on the Stranraer Water Sports Association project is strongly committed to ensuring that the project design reflects high quality community involvement, and they are conducting that community involvement strategy through the summer, and therefore the technical development of the project is going to be delayed somewhat and not meet our requirements for it to have secured planning by the time a stage 2 application might be required.
Okay, thank you for that update, Melissa. I think that's helpful. It's good that we have the full picture. I'll go to members' comments and questions. Tommy, you're first.
Hi, Rob. You getting me? I'm not getting you.
Sorry, no, that's my fault.
What?
We're hearing you fine, Tommy. Carry on.
Was that your fault?
Muting myself was my fault. Yeah, carry on.
I love that. I'm just wondering, could I get more of an explanation of why that Stranraer project is not going forward? I didn't seem to understand why that.
Thanks, Tommy. Melissa, can you help?
Yes, I can. So the project is going forward. It's just that they don't wish to go forward for RCGF during the current financial year. So there would be potentially further opportunities to go forward for RCGF next year, or indeed other funding streams. And that's part of the strategy that they wish to put together. But clearly, the position in Stranraer, like many towns across Scotland, is quite precipitous, having been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the key indicators of deprivation that we have in Stranraer is poor health outcomes, and the group are quite interested in working more closely with local people to explore how their project, how this major investment could actually impact in a positive way on local people's health and well-being. So that work is to take place over the summer, and that will feed into the design process, which in turn will then enable the project to reach a sufficient technical stage next year in order to go forward for funding.
And could you tell me where the member input comes from in that?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but my understanding is that the member input is via this committee, via member briefings. This is an external community delivery partner who've approached us seeking investment, and we're working with them to support them to develop the project to investment readiness, and then we'll bring forward those proposals in due course to this committee.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. Sean Marshall, please.
Yeah, thanks. I was really just asked Melissa, it's just on page 187. It's the Victoria Halls feasibility study. I just think within, it's got the project delivery partners, Annan Regeneration Steering Group to be confirmed, and Cunningham Housing Association. Also think within that there should be Dumfries and Galloway Council, either the business and enterprise team or whatever, because it's still a council-owned building, and it's the main community centre in Annan. So for Victoria Halls at the Market Hall, I'm just looking at the details in the update. Originally, I thought that this feasibility study was to be done in-house by the business and enterprise team. And I see now that the intention is to work up a proposed scope and then an invitation to tender for it to be done by consultant, if I'm reading that correctly. And also, I just wondered that it says that during the summer of 2021, engagement with the Annan Regeneration Steering Group to explore the requirements. Well, I mean, the master plan in 2010 has 4 identified potential uses for that. And so there's a lot of work being done. So I'm just wondering why there's a need to engage again with Annan Regeneration Steering Group, because this has already been delayed over a year and we're keen to kind of move forward with this one. So if that could be answered, please, those issues.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sean. Melissa?
Yes, it's evidence of need. So part of the strategy that we find going forward to bring significant investment to strategic projects is to have a clear set of socioeconomic needs identified that are actually up to date and link those to the potential outcomes that would be delivered through the investment. So investment in the building itself is a means to an end, the end being the impact that that investment will have on local needs. And what we need to be able to do is have a clear picture, a clear up-to-date picture, particularly post-pandemic, of what the local socioeconomic needs are. What we're less clear about is what the actual development model of this project would be, and that's where we want to come and consult with the Annan Regeneration Steering Group to explore some of those ideas and some of those issues. What we've also found, Councillor, when we are attracting investment to significant projects, is that where there is an external delivery partner, that can be advantageous for us as an investor because it can enable us to attract investment to projects that we ourselves aren't eligible to attract. So what we want to do is explore those options without ruling anything out at an early stage so that we can maximise the potential from this project. And as I've indicated in the report, our real starting point for this is to come and discuss this in more detail with Annan Regeneration Steering Group.
Melissa, just the final point, are we now looking at actually having the feasibility study undertaken by consultants? Potentially yes, potentially no. It depends on the scope of the project. It's not about should we use consultants or not. It's what's the best way forward in terms of identifying a solution for this project, and what are the best methods, best approaches to doing that. One of the approaches that would be available to us is to procure services from external consultants. That might be one option. It might not be the preferred option. I think the starting point is to be clear about what we're actually intending to achieve through this building in terms of impact on local needs. Cheers, Melissa.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Sean. I'll go to Katie Hagman next, please. Katie.
Thank you. Thanks, Melissa, for the report before us. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is on the Whithorn Way, which is referenced on page 181 in Appendix 2 and also in Appendix 3. And I've had updates via the Community Council because they talk of the Whithorn Way and my connection with the Whithorn Trust, which is not the delivery partner, it's the All Roads Lead to Whithorn group. But I'm just slightly baffled as to why in 21-22 it's marked down as feasibility when I've actually seen the signs, the paths there, and there's been funding given. I think for part of it via the common good for bridges, and it's way beyond feasibility. So I'm just baffled as to why it's in this, because in my view, and I would maybe seek clarity from yourselves, but my understanding is the Whithorn Way is in a way in a delivery stage because there's negotiations with Glasgow Council and the Ayrshire councils, because it's going right the way through. There is reference to funding, and I'm assuming that we'd be looking to agree that today, of £10,000 for this year and 140,000 for next year, which would give a total of 150,000 for this project, which, while welcome, is a drop in the ocean compared to the Fife Way, which the council there, I believe, funded by 600,000. So there may be opportunities there for the group to seek additional funds to see the full realisation of this project. But I'm just wondering, why is it marked down as feasibility? And if it is in fact, as I believe, in the delivery stage, would that 140,000 be able to be released any earlier than 22-23?
Thanks, Katie. Melissa?
Yes, thank you. So by feasibility, I was trying to be consistent with all the projects listed in Block C to try and indicate that these are early stages. We have been approached by the All Roads Lead to Whithorn Trust as part of the bigger project, where they were seeking investment into the refurbishment of the new town hall through this committee, with us accessing our CGF, which we've been able to do, and we've been able to channel that investment to them. As part of those initial discussions, what they also wanted to include in the project was elements of infrastructure within the Whithorn Way as part of that ask, and we had to explain to them that those elements would not be eligible for our CGF. So this one has been kind of sitting in our programme for the past couple of years, where we've been focusing on bringing them the big capital investment for their big project. What essentially we want to do this year is have that discussion with them and firm up what exactly are the proposals for this. They originally asked us for £150,000. What we're not asking elected members to do today is to agree that money be released. We're asking them to agree to allocate that in the programme, and we would be tasked with going and working with the trust to actually firm up exactly what it is that they want to spend the money on. It has to be, because this is an economic development asset class, it has to be economic infrastructure, economic elements. So we need to get clarification on the fit that has with this asset class, and particularly we need to understand what the potential economic benefits of that investment would be. Now, I am aware that they have done some work capturing those pieces of information, but what we want to do is bring that information in a more cohesive proposal to this committee, so that we can then, if need be, make that decision about whether that money should then be released. So there is the potential to accelerate that funding if required.
Thanks, Melissa. Katie, you want to come back?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, yeah, that's useful to know, Melissa. As I say, I know that the group on the ground have been working really hard, and from what you're saying is they've provided the information, and it's almost that we need to catch up on that. And if there is a way to accelerate that and work, I think that would be appropriate. Because yes, as I say, I'm aware volunteers are literally going out as we speak and putting signage up across the Ayrshires, etc. And if we in Dumfries and Galloway are sitting behind the curve when the group have provided that information, it would seem that we need to maybe push forward our aspect of that. And if there's any way to do that, I would certainly welcome that. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Katie. Ivor?
Chair, it's with regard to the glorified bird bath for the seagulls in Dumfries town centre. I think it's called a fountain. This seems to be one of the biggest issues that has been kicking about this last couple of weeks since it hit the press, of why is upgrading this fountain costing £400,000 nearly. I see it's 360, it's down to now. But we, as an area committee, have, I think, painted it twice and got it going for less than 100,000 combined, for the two times. Why is it now going up? Are we removing it from where it is, placing it somewhere else? Or, is it an expensive thing to get a water key to turn the water back on to get it working? Why is it costing so much money to actually just turn the water back on?
Okay, thanks, Ivor. Who can assist so far as the fountain project is concerned? Simon, is that you?
Thank you, Chair. If I can just come in on that, I mean, I think the key thing on this is that we've got a nominal figure identified within the budget. We're looking at a more detailed feasibility study through the Town Centre Capital Fund, which will give us final costs, which we will come back to this committee with in relation to the fountain. So the figures have varied from around about 180,000 all the way up to 360. We are undertaking this feasibility work, which will give us a more detailed and defined figure, which we can bring back for members to agree at a future committee. So the only thing we're looking for today is obviously the support through the Town Centre Capital Fund, which is external funding to allow us to get those detailed figures to ensure obviously we've got due scrutiny on the project, Chair.
Thanks, Simon. Ivor, does that help?
Surely, if we've done the feasibility and we're moving to design, we should know exactly what it's costing or what it should cost. Design is the next step. Feasibility is if it's worthwhile doing or what we're going to do to it. And it says quite clearly we're moving to design now. So that should firm up on the figure. But why is it we're looking at a figure of 360,000? Is this to pay for the folk who are going to design it?
No. My understanding is that obviously the fountain is B-listed structure. There is obviously sort of the way that it's been described is obviously is that the full restoration of the fountain is almost a 1 in 100 year sort of piece of work. It's going to require sort of quite a bit of costly specification because of obviously things like Legionella and everything else. The feasibility study, I'm not sure is completely finished, which is why the figures remain a little bit vague at this moment in time. So obviously we would want to get that checked out before we come back and get approval to actually progress with the fountain.
Okay, so we will get back the firm costs before proceeding. Okay, thank you, Simon. Tommy, do you want to come back in?
Okay, Chair.
Yep, carry on.
Yeah, number one, I was delighted to hear about Dumfries getting a fountain. I'm sure it's just what they're needing. But I was really delighted to read that the Wheatley Group is interested in purchasing the George Hotel at Stranraer. If there is as much interest as what is said, are our officers working closely with them and giving assistance where required to move this along as quick as we can?
Chair,
Okay.
through yourself, yes, the officers are working very closely with the Wheatley Group. We have been in contact. We continue to remain in contact. We are trying to progress the project as quickly as possible. And once those discussions have been finalised, we will bring back a better, more detailed report in terms of the options and the progress and timeline for the George Hotel.
Thank you, Simon.
Thanks very much, Dan.
I'll go to Stephen Thompson next. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just actually just a sort of peripheral question on the Victoria Halls in Anne, and obviously these are common good, and it was just, I suppose it's really that assurance, and I'm sure Annandale South Ward members will be fully appraising this anyway, but obviously it's listed as a common good asset, and there is a revenue generated there already, which obviously the council used to manage the halls, as it were. But obviously going forward, I take it it's taken as read. I'm sure that the appropriate community consultation, if there's any change to the use of that asset, would be sort of built in so that the community know what's going on, and the common good receives any benefit commensurate with that.
Thanks, Stephen. Melissa, is that one for you?
Yes, just to add on to my previous comments, Chair, it's quite potentially this is quite a complex project, and there are a number of issues that we need to consider in order to come up with an end use that is going to maximise impact for the town centre, but also that it's actually going to be deliverable and affordable for us in terms of the level of investment we can bring and the level of investment that potentially
moving apace now, and that is very welcome. And I'd particularly like to thank the Director of Economy and Resources and her officers for the commitment to taking this forward, and not least Simon, who I know is juggling a number of plates at the present time. So to thank Simon for the work that he's doing is very much appreciated, certainly by myself and the working group. The point I just wanted to make is that I hope members will support these COP26 applications. I think they are the conference is a huge global event, possibly with President Biden and even the Pope attending, and there's a huge opportunity for us to showcase what is taking place here in Dumfries and Galloway, and hopefully members will be full of supportive of this, and fingers crossed that we are successful with both applications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dougie. Very much concur with what you say, both in terms of embedding the 12-point plan into what we're doing as a council, and we are making progress with that, which I think is very welcome, and also the fantastic opportunity COP26 provides. If we can get through the door, I very much hope that we can. I want to turn to Archie next, please. Archie.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and totally agree with what Dougie actually says here. When you look at what Dumfries and Galloway is actually putting forward for COP26, it's not just, of course, these two issues. South of Scotland Enterprise are putting forward one, and I'm also involved in APSI, who are looking to put something forward as well for COP26. Excuse me. So I think looking at the round, Dumfries and Galloway is actually going to be really important to COP26. Not forgetting we'll need to put more security on now that Dougie's told everybody the Pope and Biden's attending. So make some of those police officers from Dumfries and Galloway going up there. So happy to support, Chair.
Thanks very much, Archie. Okay, we'll go to the recommendations unless there are any further comments or questions. I don't see any hands raised or anything further in the chat. Okay, so at 2.1, can we note the activity undertaken to support the two local submissions made to the organising bodies hosting COP26? That's as detailed in paragraphs 313 to 317. 2.2, can we note the outcome of the initial expressions of interest will be decided in June 2021, i.e. this month, as is detailed in paragraph 315. 2.3, are we content to agree that officers continue to provide support and input into the climate change, into the COP26 South of Scotland Working Group, I should say. Here we are agreed. At 2.4, agree to delegate authority to the Director of Economy and Resources to make and or amend subsequent applications to COP26 to support our opportunity to be part of the event in November 2021. Okay, I'll take it that we are agreed. Thank you, members. Thank you, Simon. Item 14 is the Energy Efficient Scotland Area-Based Scheme 2020-21, report by Head of Economy and Development. This report seeks our agreement to the projects in the Energy Efficient Scotland Area-Based Scheme for 2021-22 for our region. With apologies for the slight error in the title, we are looking at financial year 21-22, and this reflects the funding allocated by the Scottish Government. It also provides the out-term position for the 1920 projects, and additionally we are asked to agree our participation in the reheat air source heat pump demonstrator project. Jamie Little is here to assist if members have any questions. Jamie, is there anything that you would like to add to the report at this point, please?
Thanks, Chair. Nothing further to add at this point.
Thanks, Jamie. I'll go straight to members' questions and comments. Archie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is another one that came to the Strategic Housing Forum, and we had a presentation on it, and it looked extremely good. I believe it's the 9th year, Jamie, that we're actually in getting this funding, and it has supported a lot of, properties that had heat poverty and things like that. So I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting this one put through committee. I think the Innovate Reheat Air Source Heat Pump and Thermal Demonstrator project is one to look forward to. It's a joint bid with another council. As far as I'm aware, that the one of the Ayrshires, I think it was Jamie, didn't have enough houses to actually do this in the vast Dumfries and Galloway to put up 50% of the total number of houses that are looking to do this. So I'm really pleased this has come forward. Look to fully support it, and we'll look forward to our 9th and 10th year coming forward in the future.
Thanks, Archie. No doubt, I think this this project's made a big difference in terms of tackling fuel poverty across the region over the past kind of nearly decade. I'll turn to Ivor next, and then Katie. Ivor.
Chair, just to welcome this report. This is something that's making a difference to the people of Dumfries and Galloway, and just to support the recommendations.
Thank you, Ivor. Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief question, really. It makes reference in the report on page 225 about working across the whole region and areas, and referring to data from 2016 of the SIMD. And I'm just wondering, at what point will that be updated? And do we look at other factors as well? Apologies if it's in here and I've missed it, but I'm just conscious that in rural areas, sometimes the SIMD data is not always accurate because of our large postcodes. And are other factors taken into consideration when individuals are applying to this fund? Because I think it's a great fund. I think it's really positive, but let's make sure it reaches everybody and people aren't excluded just on their postcode.
Thanks, Katie. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Hagman. In terms of the allocation of resources, we do this in line with the Scottish Government guidance. This is provided on an annual basis for the scheme. They do suggest that we target areas of SIMD deprivation and also put properties in council tax bands A to C. As local authority, we obviously try and steer that to something that suits the area in a greater way. So keen to identify any rural projects that we can take forward. Hence the reference to covering the whole region. While we do target a whole street approach because it does offer economies of scale and delivery in large areas and in a very effective way, we do also still seek to support any rural properties that would come forward. And many of the properties that will be considered as part of the demonstrator project will certainly be rural properties with a targeting of those that are using oil currently for their heating.
Thanks, Jamie. I think that's very useful clarification. I'll turn to Dougie Campbell next.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to withdraw my question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dougie. Archie, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, please, Chair. It's something I forgot to mention, which I think is really something we should be looking to work with our partners with in the future. When we get the housing, sorry, my brains went numb at the moment. the thermal efficiency and insulation, for instance, in houses. We were having a discussion at the Housing Forum about there is nobody in Dumfries and Galloway that actually can do this type of work. So therefore it comes to, people outside of the area. When you look at what's going to happen in the future with gas supply and things like that, it will be the lower population areas that come off the gas grid first. So therefore Dumfries and Galloway could possibly be one of those potential areas. It may be outside of this report, Chair, but I think what would be really useful is we did some discussions with colleges and housing partners to see if there was an opportunity to have a small group of people look at starting a business where we can do this type of insulation, air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, the things that we're talking about, thermal demonstrator project in Dumfries and Galloway first, so that when the higher populations come off the gas grid, we will be in a position to move forward to say to them, well, we've done it down here, we've got the skills necessary, and we can sell that later on to the Central Belt, rather as the Central Belt selling it to us at the moment.
Archie, I think it's a really good point, and I think it's one that we should bring back when we're looking at our response to the Regional Economic Strategy in August. I think that it could quite possibly sit rather neatly with that. Jamie, I don't know if you have any observations on that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to support Councillor Dryborough's points there, that we're certainly keen to see if there is a greater way to maximise this investment in the region. We realise the benefits it does achieve already. If there's also opportunities to support that green recovery for the economy, then that's something we'd certainly be keen to do. We do regularly request that the Scottish Government provide longer funding allocations, so more like a 3-year cycle in a similar way to the Affordable Housing Supply Programme, which we feel would help local organisations to feel reassured about achieving the accredited status that they require for taking these works forward. And I've also been involved in those discussions with some of the partner organisations, particularly SOS, around the creation of jobs within Dumfries and Galloway to try and deliver these benefits. It does go slightly out with the realms of this report, but we also need to be aware that there's going to be a need to tackle energy efficiency issues across the whole housing sector. And if there's an opportunity to do that, then I certainly would support the council to achieve that.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, Jim McComb, I had seen your hand up. I see you're in the chat as well. I'll come to you next and then come back to Dougie. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Jamie, as you're well aware, we have a number of rural traditional built properties, stone built properties. How effective are air source heat pumps with such properties?
Thanks, Jim. Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor McComb. In terms of the air source heat pumps as a standalone solution to energy efficiency, they aren't effective. They need to be married up with the delivery of a fabric first approach which seeks to insulate the properties as well, which is certainly the approach that's been taken forward through this demonstrator project. Switching to alternative heating solutions, if the property isn't thermally efficient, will not achieve the benefits that are intended. So the demonstrator project aims to carry out energy efficiency measures that also then improve the quality of the property, while then also seeking to transfer onto these alternative heating options. So it does very much need to be a whole house approach rather than just seen as an individual solution.
So really you require a holistic approach, Jamie.
I would agree with you there, Councillor McComb. It's really taking that approach where this is one part of the solution to improving energy efficiency, but we always need to be mindful in terms of energy efficiency that we don't then have a negative impact on fuel poverty, and we can reduce costs only really by improving the energy efficiency of these homes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you, Jamie. I think that is an important point for us to bear in mind, actually. So I want to go to Dougie Campbell, and then we'll go to the recommendations. Dougie?
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. It's just to furtherance to the comments by Archie Dryborough and Jamie in terms of the opportunities for the private sector energy saving measures in privately owned domestic properties. I think there is a gap in the market, but also I think there's an opportunity in terms of employment, exploiting opportunities for creating employment in this particular sector in Dumfries and Galloway. It's based on a conversation that I was having with the Climate Emergency Project Officer just last week, who's got a background in this in our previous role in East Ayrshire Council, and it's something I was considering taking to the next meeting of the cross-party working group in August, just to sort of develop that idea in conjunction with Jamie. But I'll be guided by you, Chair, in terms of whether that's something that you would prefer in the first instance to come through this committee, or if you'd be happy for this to be developed initially through the working group.
So I think certainly very happy to see it developed through the working group. I suspect that it would necessarily need to come back to this committee anyway, so that we could take it forward in terms of resource and allocating resource to it in due course. But I think in the first instance, the working group having a look at it with a view to the matter coming back to us in a report, I think would be a good way forward. I certainly appreciate the matter being raised. I think it's very apposite and very helpful. Jamie, does that sound reasonable?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, that seems entirely reasonable, and happy to be part of that work through the Climate Emergency Officers Working Group.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, is that okay with you, Dick?
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
Great. So, members, we'll go to the recommendations. And are we content then to note 2.1 and 2.2 and agree 2.3 and 2.4?
Yep.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you, members. Thank you, Jamie. Item 15 is Local Development Plan 2, Supplementary Guidance and Planning Guidance, and the report is by Head of Economy and Development. This report seeks approval of various pieces of guidance that support policies in LDP2. It also seeks our agreement to suspend some aspects of a specific policy with a view to helping support the local economy to recover from the impacts of the coronavirus pandemic. We're also asked to consider responses received from the Annan Regeneration Steering Group to the draft Annan Conservation Area Character Appraisal and Management Plan Supplementary Guidance. Marie Marshall, Shona McCoy and John Doig are here to assist if members have any questions. Is there anything any of you would like to add to the report before we go to questions and comments, please?
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
John, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go straight to questions and comments then. Sean, you're first.
Thanks, Chair. Really just to thank Mizzy and Shona for giving us the opportunity to respond to the Annan Camp after it came to a previous meeting, and we felt as though we wanted to kind of make some references in relation to the plan. So thank you for that. I did take the opportunity to feed in my comments, and I'm very pleased with the amendments to the document at page 339 and 340. A little bit disappointed that there was no other members or members of the steering group that fed in any comments, but I think hopefully I will have captured the concerns that we have, and most of those are surrounding the derelict buildings. I do feel that within a conservation area, I think the difficulties we already experience with derelict buildings and try to bring them back into use is further complicated potentially by being within a conservation area. So I think, you know, the adoption of the recommendations to put specific proactive measures in place for certainly two of the prominent derelict buildings in Annan, namely the Albert Hall and Erskine Church, will actually help towards hopefully something being done with them. And although I did make a reference to the Central Hotel, I did accept the fact that this is out with the current conservation area. I'll leave that at that, but I do think, and there's an opportunity later on when we review the business plan at 18, I do think that something, irrespective if it's in a conservation area or not, I think there is I think, something that all members are waiting on, which is a plan on how we tackle derelict buildings across the region and what we can do both as a council with the limited powers that we have, but also hopefully influencing changes in current Scottish Government legislation on the strategy and the ways we can tackle derelict buildings within our communities. So thanks for that, Chair.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, and I recognise both your interest and other members' interest in this particular issue. We certainly will, I think, address it when we get to the business plan item. I'll turn to Archie next. Archie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just in support of the recommendations, specifically 2.3, where the master plan is now ready for Murtham in Langham, which is, looking forward to the social care aspect of the housing in that particular area, and the link across the river to the old town as well. So pleased with this report coming here today and fully support the recommendations, Chair.
Thanks, Archie. Ivor?
It's with regard to recommendation 2.7, where we're looking to suspend the policy for the demonstrating that you've marketed a property or a community facility for a certain amount of time. I'm supportive of the idea, but I've concerns it might flood the market with applications for change of use of important things that they wouldn't need to demonstrate this in the next year. Now's your chance to get them in. There was one we had an LRB recently whereby it got overturned. This was one of the criteria, but it was overturned because it was felt that there was other facilities in the area. But I think it just might open the gates to, and we might lose some important community facilities in the next year, whereby if there was a wee bit more, maybe not 12 months, but maybe 6 months, it might be a better idea.
I see where you're coming from with that, Ivor. I mean, I wonder whether 6 months is long enough, and I suppose it's difficult to judge either way, isn't it? I wondered if any of the officers could take us through the thinking behind the 12 months that's been proposed.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose we put 12 months on to give a reasonable amount of time. I hear what Councillor Hislop is saying. One option could be to go for 6 months and we review it, and if we feel a further 6 months is needed, we could bring a subsequent report back. As we say in the body of the report as well, there are other criteria within that part of the policy about the reuse of existing community facilities that would hopefully prevent the issues that Councillor Hislop is concerned about, but obviously willing to be guided by what members want.
I suppose my concern might be that 6 months actually inadvertently creates that incentive for there to be a rush that Ivor referred to. If that's all the time you've got, or that's all the time you think you've got. Having said that, 6 months with the option to extend would seem to be a reasonable compromise if members were content with it. Ivor, any view on that?
The 6 with the additional 6 would be good if COVID restrictions are maintained longer than we anticipate or hope for. It might be a good idea to have that ability, or whether it's 6 months from the lifting of COVID restrictions might be a way to go forward, because we could be here in 2 years' time still with COVID restrictions. That's me being pessimistic.
I sincerely hope not. I think my family will be utterly sick of the sight of me by that time, if I'm still working from home then. But can I check with officers when we envisaged the 12 months that's referred to in the report commencing? I mean, is that effectively 48 hours from now, or would we fix a date, like, I don't know, the beginning of July, for example?
I think the intention was it would be implemented following agreement of committee today.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we're in level 1 now, and the indications are that we're going to go down to level 0. Fingers crossed. So I'm not sure it's massively material whether it starts 48 hours from now or at another chosen date. I'll invite any other questions or comments, because I think clearly we'll want to decide whether it's 6 or 12 months when we get to the recommendations. So are there any further questions or comments before we go to the recommendations? Archie, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, it's just on that part of the discussion you're saying there, Chair, and it's right about, you know, potentially going down to level 0. And perhaps it would be appropriate to say that the 12 month or the 6 and 6, whatever the committee feel, starts from the date that we go down to level 0 in the guidelines for COVID. Because it may be that we don't go down to level 0 in the next, you know, few weeks because of the new virus strains that are coming along. And perhaps it might be an idea just to say that we go to that particular on the date that we got into level 0.
Okay, so where we could, yeah, we could do that perfectly well. I don't think there's any particular reason for us not to do so. I'm just double checking in case I've missed something, whether there would be any problem with that. Seeing advice from officers.
I think officer view is that we would like this to come into effect as soon as possible. And then I suppose if we felt we needed to extend it beyond the 6 or 12 months, we would look to do that then, rather than perhaps delay the suspension of the requirement in the first place, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think that's a very legitimate point. Why would you delay suspending a requirement on the basis that we need to suspend it as a response to the restrictions that have been over the past year, more than a year, but delay it until a point where it's arguably less needed, perhaps? That maybe doesn't quite add up. I mean, certainly, I think it would be perfectly reasonable to suspend for 6 months from today. We can get a report back in good time to ensure that if there's a requirement for an extension, we can do that. Whether that's an extension for 6 months or for longer, potentially. I guess we're in a time where flexibility is needed across the piece, so that would seem to be fair enough in my view. Ivor, did you want to come back in?
It was just in the fact, could we suspend for 6 months, and then at 6 months say you have to have demonstrated that it's 6 months that you've actually tried to market the property, so that it kind of rolls on rather than a blanket year that you have to market it. We sort of gradually get back up to the year by next year sort of thing.
Shona, would that complicate matters? I'm not entirely sure that it wouldn't complicate matters.
No, unfortunately it wouldn't, Chair, because the policy explicitly makes reference to the need to market for at least 12 months. And that's actually within the local development plan, and unfortunately we can't change that. Whereas the supplementary guidance and planning guidance we can change.
See, so we can suspend something, but we can't change the.
We can't change the, if you like, the parent policy, which is what's in the adopted plan.
I understand. So
it would have to be 12 months. So I should maybe clarify. Yeah, so 12 months in terms of. They've marketed the site for 12 months. We couldn't knock that down to 6 months because then it wouldn't comply with what's in the policy.
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. So unfortunately, that wouldn't fly either, by the sounds of it. Okay. So I want to just come back to this, I think, when we get to 2.7. I don't think there's anyone suggesting that we ought not to do this. I think the question is just how long we're doing it for. So if members are content, I'll go through the recommendations one by one to ensure that we don't miss anything. So at 2.1, are we content to agree the draft sustainability reducing carbon emissions and building supplementary guidance in Appendix 1 and agree to it being published for 6 weeks public consultation? I'm conscious we have separately discussed that, but I take it we are happy with that.
Agreed.
Okay. 2.2, we agree to receive a report back to this committee with the outcome of that public consultation, along with any proposed changes before considering adopting the supplementary guidance.
Agreed.
Okay, 2.3, adopt the master plan for the development of the housing site at Myrtholm Farm, Langham. That's in Appendix 2.
Adopted.
To adopt, very good. 2.4, consider the responses received to the Annan Conservation Area Character Appraisal and Management Plan supplementary guidance. Content with that, and also to agree the Council's recommended response and proposed modifications. That's in Appendix 3. Good. At 2.5, content to remit with powers to the Head of Economy and Development to notify Scottish Ministers of the Council's intention to adopt the Annan Camp as supplementary guidance. At 2.6, then to adopt the Annan Camp following completion of the relevant adoption procedures. That's as detailed at paragraph 3.18. Okay, now at 2.7, I think we are agreed collectively to suspend the requirement in Part A of Policy ED1. That's with respect to the requirement, the market, to demonstrate that a community facility has been marketed for 12 months. The only question is whether we are suspending for a year or for 6 months, subject to a further report. Would we be content to go for 6 months, subject to a further report, members?
I think that would be useful, Chair, and you know, if there has been any issues within that first 6 months, they can come back with that report as well to see if there's anything that we've actually missed. So I think it would be appropriate to do that 6 months, 96. Okay.
And that does provide us with flexibility. If there's a good argument for this being suspended for longer than a year in total, then we can deal with that at that point as well. Okay, so that's an amended 2.7. Okay, members, if we're content with that, thank you all very much. We'll move to item 16, Regional Land Use Partnerships Pilot, Dumfries and Galloway, report by Head of Economy and Development. This next item provides us with an update on the establishment of a Regional Land Use Partnerships Pilot and the outcome of our expression of interest in participating in a pilot. Simon Fieldhouse is back with us to assist if members have any questions. Simon, is there anything that you would like to add before we go to questions and comments?
Aye, thank you, Chair. Just to note, obviously looking through the report, that the recommendations appear to be slightly outly numbered. So it's sort of, I've got 2.2, so just a note for members that it should go from 2.1 to 2.4. And my apologies for that, Chair.
Thanks, Simon. I have to confess, I only noticed that now that you draw it to my attention, but we'll correct it as we do the recommendations. Members, any questions or comments on this item? Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Simon, for the report. I mean, we've had a sort of brief discussion, I think, on some of the aspects of this report, so I'm not going to go over that again. I noticed, and it's welcome and it's great that we're getting an opportunity to be a pilot on this, and we're talking about the involvement across Scottish Borders and Dumfries and Galloway Council, and there's reference specifically to SOSI. As you know, I sit on the outside body for the Southern Upland Partnership as well as the Biosphere, but I'm obviously aware of Galloway Glens and Solway Firth Partnership. And while these are maybe going to come in terms of the phase 1s and phase 2, I just think it's really important that we give these organisations the platform to really be taking part of it. I think especially in terms of the work undertaken by Southern Upland Partnership, who actually led work on behalf of SOSI. So to bring them in at a later stage, when in fact they've been involved with some of the early discussions, I think it would be really important to just highlight that and ensure that we are working across the whole sector. So I just wanted to raise that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie, and I think that is a very fair point. Simon?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through yourself. Yes, I mean, obviously, the key thing on this is to ensure that obviously the governance and the engagement that we're looking at through the actual sort of ARLOT pilot over the next 12 months is as inclusive as it possibly can be, to ensure that all stakeholders locally have a voice and obviously the opportunity to input into the process. So I'll take that away and make sure that's factored in, Chair.
Thanks,
Chair, can I just come back? Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I may come back. Simon, will there be a sort of a call for organisations to get involved? Will we be advertising the opportunity for all stakeholders? Because, you know, there will be individuals across the region who feel that they very strongly want to take part in this. So how would those individuals and all the stakeholders know who to contact and when to contact?
Thank you, Chair, and through yourself. I mean, obviously, sort of these are things that we're still bottoming out, but obviously my understanding is that would be something we'd be looking at trying to get finalised by the end of phase 1, which I believe is sort of looking at mid-August this year, that obviously we will have developed obviously a long list of stakeholders, whether that's through putting out sort of a call for people or whether that's through working obviously within the networks that people have, is still to be defined at this moment in time, but we'll try and make sure that, as I say, that is as holistic and as representative as possible.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Katie. Thank you, Simon. Ivor?
I think I still remain to be convinced that this one's needed, or whether it'll be effective. But reading through some of the stuff that I was given by, was it Brian Scott or Scott Bryan? Because could be either way. The academic report said the one thing that causes the biggest issue is the fact that you put in place your framework and it is the owner of the land who actually determines whether they actually implement it. So that was one of the things that came out early in the issues. And one of the other things I think we need to concentrate on when we actually look at this is when it was down to climate change activity, a lot of the ones in the international studies, their climate change activity was making sure that flooding didn't happen in their area. Whereas I don't think they embraced the idea of how can we actively use the land to change or to stop climate change, you know, to change it back the way. And I think that's something I think we need to take forward. So I'm not going to vote against it. I'm still thinking that I'm not convinced it'll work, but we'll see how it goes. And I think if you can get the landowners in to actually take this forward, we're in with a shout then, maybe.
Thanks, Ivor. I think it's a particularly fair point as regards the contribution of land use to mitigating climate change. Because I think there are definitely opportunities there, without a doubt. And, you know, you need landowners to be on board with that. I think there's no question about that. Simon, any observations on those points before we go to the recommendations?
Just to obviously agree with Ivor's points, that I think obviously it is about the engagement, it is about reaching out and making sure obviously that landowners, they are a pivotal part and they will play a pivotal role, not just in obviously sort of some of the sort of more well-known mitigations for climate change, but obviously some of the activities that they can do. We have been in contact already with NFUS, who are very complementary and keen to be involved at the early stages of this, because they see this as an opportunity to influence policy at a local level, but obviously having a national sort of national view on these things as well, Chair. So it's something that we are taking on board, and we will obviously try and, as I say, make sure that we work with everybody across the board to make sure this works.
Good. Okay. Thanks, Simon. I think that's encouraging, and we'll look forward to further updates. I'm sure even I will look forward to further updates in this. As it develops. Members, we'll go to the recommendations. At 2.1, are we content to note that's a successful outcome of our expression of interest? 2.2, are we content to note 2.2 as well? Note 2.3, which is down as 2.2, but we will renumerate that 2.3. And then what is now 2.4, accept the award of the RLUP pilot along with the resources offered. Content to agree to do that. Okay, thanks, members. Thank you, Simon. Item 17 is the property buildings brackets other asset class capital programme 2021 outturn report and 3-year programme, that's from 21-22 to 2023-24, report by Head of Economy and Development. This report provides information on the outturn of expenditure for 2020-2021 for the non-schools property asset class and updates members on the proposed updated 3-year capital programme for this asset class. And Paul McCulloch is back with us to assist if members have any questions. Paul, is there anything that you would like to add at this point, please?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to add to the report.
Thanks, Paul. We'll go straight to questions and comments. Unless there are none, in which case we will go straight to the recommendations. I take it there are none. So, members, at 2.1, are we content to note the outturn position for this asset class programme for financial year 2021? That's as noted in section 3.2 and in Appendix 1. And can we agree the project variances across the programme as identified in Appendix 1? At 2.3, are we content to recommend to FPT the environment of an additional 47,000 or 0.047 million from the property buildings brackets other asset class to the Glenluce Traveller Site project? That's as noted in section 3.7. Okay. 2.4, agree the 3-year allocation of funding across the asset class programme. That's as identified in Appendix 2, noting that the reprofiling of 0.512 million from financial year 2021 into 21-22 will be subject to the approval of FPT. Tend to agree that. Okay, and at 2.5, note the enhancement in project reporting with projects now being reported individually going forward. Are we content to note that too? I take it that we are. Paul, that was remarkably quick. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Item 18 is the Economy and Development Business Plan 2019 to 2023. This is the 2021-22 refresh and summary of 2020-2021 performance report by Head of Economy and Development. This report presents the refresh of the Economy and Development Service Business Plan, taking account of the impact that the pandemic has had on the service and outlines focus for the year ahead. This is in line with the requirements of all services to present this refresh to the current cycle of committees. I have noted, as it has been alluded to, there is an issue in Appendix 1, page 363. I believe I have my pagination correct, where it proposes that reviewing the derelict property strategy will be moved to the Borderlands growth deal. There is no such intention, to the best of my knowledge. On the contrary, I would anticipate members will wish to receive an update on the review of the strategy in due course, although I'll be happy to be advised by officers as to the most appropriate timing for that. Steve Rogers is here to assist if there are any questions or comments from members. Steve, is there anything that you want to add at this point?
Nothing to add just now, Chair. Happy to answer any queries.
Thank you, Steve. Archie, I saw you say speak and withdraw. Was it the specific item that I covered just there, or?
It was, Chair. It was about the derelict building side of things.
Thanks, Archie. Elaine?
Same issue, Chair. I have to say that when I read that suggestion on page 363 that the derelict property strategy would be undertaken within the Borderlands Growth Deal project, my jaw dropped as a member of the Borderlands Partnership Board. I couldn't really see what it got to do with the derelict property strategy. I would just like to support your request that we get an update on the derelict property strategy. I think probably all communities are to an extent blighted by derelict properties. We've had a number of members mention that in relation to other items on today's agenda. I think it's important, therefore, that we do. It's not an easy thing. I totally appreciate it's not an easy thing, and we've seen recently a suggestion by an MSP that somehow the council should pay for somebody else's property, a B-listed property, which was recently set on fire. That somehow it's the council's responsibility to put that right, and I certainly would want to dissociate any suggestion that the council should be responsible for other people's derelict properties. But nevertheless, it is something which blights communities. It is something which the public is very concerned about, and I do think it's a commitment in the council plan, and I can understand that it wasn't taken forward for various reasons, and that COVID slows a lot of things down. But I do think we need to return to this, and I would like to support the Chair's suggestion that we get a report back to committee on the derelict property strategy, and that we begin to make progress on it. Thank you.
Elaine, thanks for that. Recognising that you primarily negotiated Borderlands deal on behalf of, and so far as our council is concerned, with your fellow leaders, I would understand your concern that it suddenly appeared, or had appeared to appear within Borderlands. I'll go to Katie next, and then perhaps get advice from Steve. Katie.
Thank you, Rob. I've got 3 points that I wish that I'm looking to raise just now. The first of which is in reference to, well, first of all, before I start, it's a huge body of work, so thank you to the officers for bringing that forward. It isn't, it's all the directorates are working hard to bring towards, forward the work that we're doing. So thank you for that. My first point I wanted to raise was the distinction between our council priorities and our directorate priorities, if that makes sense. So on page 358, we make reference to our sort of 5 strategic policies, or priorities, sorry, and then add in transformation activities, key service functions, and the refreshed business plans. And I'm just wondering why they're lumped together, because if I look further on in the report, it's referenced again as part of one of the appendix, and it's just on page 383, it says our strategic priorities are numbered as below: 1, build the local economy; 2, 3, 4, 5, which are our 5 council priorities, but it adds in 6 and 7. Now, I'm just not sure that these should be put in the same category as the council priorities, because I think it can be a bit confusing. So I just wanted to highlight that point. That was my first one. The second one was in relation to appendix item number 1, and it makes reference to the title of existing performance indicators or projects, the details of the change, and the reasons. And the one that I was sort of drawn to, and it was one that you mentioned earlier, Steve, about the importance of food and drink. So on page 363, it talks about our food and drink strategy and our action plan. And then it's got that there's removal of this project, and that's currently sitting at 34% complete, and this needs to be reset following the completion of the regional economic strategy. But that doesn't give me any indication of who's taking that forward. Are we still responsible for that, or are we getting rid of that strategy? Is it still within the directorate? Is it still something that we're looking to progress? It may be being reset, but who's resetting it and on what mandate, and how does it then get reported? And that could be for a number of these strategies that are referenced in here. The third one that I wanted to raise is about the sort of working together on this one. So we've referenced the sort of outdoor biodiversity and the woodland action plan and the different partners, but it is recommended that one of the important strategies is the outdoor access strategy, which is out of date, and it's something that we need to be taking on. And certainly now the core path plan and the review sits within this directorate. It's one that I would like to see coming together, and I'm wondering, would the core path plan and the review not sit within the outdoor access strategy, or are these two separate? And it's about that duplication, because it's we want to make sure that we're working together. And certainly in reference to the countryside and access projects, yes, we're delivering some of those, but many of those are due to be ending. So on page 372, it makes reference to the Galloway Glens project, which will come to an end, and also the Rins Coastal Path and the Outdoor Access Partnership. Well, the Rins Coastal Path, again, was a specific project with an end date, and the Outdoor Access Partnership, that's actually a statutory requirement. So it's about having a clear indication of how these different strands come together. And it would just be quite useful if we could pull it together into sort of one cohesive way, so there isn't that duplication. So maybe that third point is a sort of separate, more of a comment rather than a question. But the first two, at what point do we? So the main two questions are the council priorities as agreed through full council with these added bits extra, and also the table. How are we as members able to see what happens to these strategies if we're ending them, if that makes sense?
Thanks, Katie. So a number of questions in there, I think, Steve. Can you assist with those, please?
Chair, yes, thank you. I'll certainly try to address the points that Councillor Hagman raises. So the first point there in connection with the specification of council and directorate priorities and the way in which the new format of the business plans brings these together. That's something that's consistent across all of the business plans. So in developing each of our own business plans for our services, where we are all following that same template. So I'll certainly provide that feedback to our team that designed and developed this year's approach. And I think it's fair to say that the approach to business plans this year is slightly different in any event, because of some of the complications of working through COVID and the impact of COVID, and also the need to really introduce some of those restart recovery priorities into our forward business plan, bearing in mind that as we go through the next 12 months, it's quite possible that we may also have to retain an element of flexibility to be able to adapt as we go through the year should the need arise. The second point in connection with food and drink strategy, and I think the question is a good one in terms of who is going to be taking this forward, and it's really one of the challenges and opportunities that we have this year in terms of getting clarity around that relationship between ourselves and South of Scotland Enterprise. So we've still to really bottom out with them in terms of who's going to be taking forward the next iteration of the food and drink strategy, and who's going to be providing that focused support. And what we want to do clearly is to avoid duplication, but we also want to avoid gaps, and that's why we've continued to work with food and drink sector in the interim. But we certainly need to achieve that sense of operational clarity between ourselves and SOS, and in particular the move towards a strategic South of Scotland approach on the back of the regional economic strategy. In terms of the third point, I think, yes, as we go through the year, it's clear that there will be a number of projects coming to an end and a number of new projects emerging. In particular, as Councillor Hagman has suggested, in the whole kind of outdoor access and countryside area, and we'll certainly bring those details forward during the year. The core path plan and the outdoor access strategy, if there's a requirement for those to be revisited and reviewed, then that will be done. The core path plan itself does sit within the context of the outdoor access strategy, and the Outdoor Access Forum has got oversight of that. And certainly, if there are key projects that need to be planned for as we go forward, then that will be included in the business plan review that we bring forward next year. Thanks, Chair. If I could maybe just go back to the point that was raised in connection with the vacant and derelict properties.
Yes, by all means.
So if members are concerned about that, we can certainly leave that in the business plan as a project, and we'll find some resource to attach to developing our approach. The wording there, I think, is potentially inaccurate in that it's really intended to reflect the fact that we now have an emerging array of place-based approaches at local level, many of which will provide really a very good vehicle to try to identify and address some of the challenges with some of our vacant and empty properties particularly within our town centres. I'm certainly happy for that to be reinstated, Chair.
Steve, thanks for that. I do take the point about the place-based approach having a great deal of relevance when it comes to derelict properties, and that makes sense. And I think there's also something about the community empowerment agenda. If I think about Steve, you will remember former councillor Alistair Geddes talking about the former Grapes Hotel in Whithorn, I think it is, for years, in fact. That's going to become, as we know, community-owned affordable housing. So there is something about, both community empowerment and a place-based approach having a lot of relevance there in dealing with some quite long-standing intractable problems with derelict properties. But I think equally there's a commitment that we have made, as the leader reflects. So I think certainly it would be good for us to see that come forward. Recognising as you outlined that it'll be linked with work that we're doing anyway. In terms of the place-based regeneration approach, but I think that would be good if we could do that. Okay, Katie, in terms of the points that you'd raised, I hope that's helpful.
It is. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. It's getting later in the day, and it was quite a lot there for Steve. So thank you, Steve.
No, I take it that what we are doing with these is we're not saying we're never going to touch them again, because they remain things that are of real interest to us in policy terms. There are some of them where there's a question mark over who might take the lead in them under the circumstances we're now in, with a kind of fully fledged and pretty much operational enterprise agency, which didn't exist when we created the projects in the first place. But it doesn't mean, I think, that we're going to lose sight of them or let them disappear as policy imperatives for the region. I think that's important. So I'm grateful to you for raising it. Archie, I want to come back to you, please, and then I think we'll go to the recommendations. Archie?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And, I would agree with what was shared there by Steve on the derelict building things. However, what I would disagree with him is that we have been waiting for several years for a report to come back on derelict buildings and how we're going to deal with them. And Jim Dempster, for instance, has raised this on several occasions at several full councils. So I would hope the resource was available to do this in quick fashion and maybe bring it back to an E&R committee sometime by the end of this year. Just on the main reason I wanted to come back in, Chair, was on the planning performance framework feedback on Appendix 3. Where we have, a report back from the Scottish Government on our performance over 2019-20, and most, apart from two, are in the green area and two are in the amber area, which is an overall improvement of our planning side of things and how we deal with planning appropriately. Now, I know that members may have some concerns about planning department, and it may be in the area where perhaps planning officers don't get back to them by emails and things like that. That's where the thing. However, the planning performance framework feedback is a nationally recognised scheme, and therefore I just wanted to say to the staff, well done on getting that report back, and hopefully the two ambers will be green next year. But I know it's been a lot harder this year because staff have been working from home. They haven't had the back office set up and things like that. But it would be wrong not to highlight that, Chair.
Archie, I think you're absolutely right. That is significant given the challenges that have been for the service in the past year. Even simple things like how do you get access to a large format scanner? Well, you can't. The staff are working from home and the equipment is not with them. So this is not not straightforward. I think it would be fair to say, and I think it's absolutely right that it's highlighted. If there are no further questions or comments, I'll turn to the recommendations. So at 2.1, can we note the summary of performance as outlined in paragraphs 3.5.1 to 3.5.5? At 2.2, agree the proposed amendments to current business plan projects and indicators, which take account of COVID-19. And we've had the clarity as regards derelict buildings. Agree the service annual refresh of the business plan for 21-22. That's Appendix 2. And at 2.4, note the Planning Performance Framework Feedback Report for 2019-20 from Scottish Government, and agree that Head of Economy and Development be delegated to submit the Planning Performance Framework Report 2020-2021 in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair. And I think it's important that we just record the comments from the Vice Chair and indeed myself, that the improvements that have been demonstrated there are very welcome. Members content with that? Looking for who's raised a hand there. Bear with me, is it?
Sorry, Chair. My mistake.
Ronnie, is that you?
Yeah, sorry.
Did you want to come in?
No, that's okay. I've missed the boat on this one, actually.
Ah, right. Okay. I'm trying to keep an eye on the raised hand function. Okay. Members, thank you for that. We'll move to item 19, which is a home working policy framework report by Head of People and Transformation. This report asks us to approve a new home working policy which will support and enhance flexible working arrangements for our workforce, reflecting the changed working practices which have arisen out of the COVID-19 pandemic. Stuart Clanahan and Mike Shepley are here to assist if members have any questions. Gentlemen, is there anything you'd like to add before we go to members' questions, please?
No, not at this moment, Chair, thank you.
Nothing from me either, Chair, thank you.
Thanks both. So we'll go to members' questions and comments. Archie, I think I have you first, do I? I do.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. There's maybe one for Stuart. Now, I know there's been a lot of discussion between trade unions and yourselves about this home working policy framework, about giving people the opportunity to work from home and enjoy the opportunity for that. However, there are some people who would prefer to come to work, and I just wanted to make sure that this would be a request driven situation as opposed to we're telling you you're working for him. So if people wish to work from home, then there'll be everything done possible to allow that to happen. But then again, if people don't want to work from home, there's going to be the opportunity for them to work somewhere close by and do their job. I have to say that the home working has proven time and time again this year that some of the concerns that team leaders had, for instance, on the guys will not get their work done, has proven to be untrue. I think the people that have been working from home have done a sterling job, and they've certainly done their pieces of work sometimes quicker, sometimes better, sometimes with more quality, but certainly at the same sort of range that they would have had if they were staying in the office. But the main issue here is about this is a request-driven thing rather than a being told one.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Absolutely, that is the strong message through the policy framework. There will be a number of reasons why people may not naturally want to work from home. and there'll be very personal and legitimate reasons for them. So, you know, we don't want to get in that space with them. We want to work with staff and say this is an option for you. And of course, you know, the COVID experience is certainly driving the new ways of working, and we want to and have our workforce benefit from that, but not in an enforced and a detrimental way. So the policy framework very much embedded within collaborative working, having positive discussions between managers and staff. And if people can't work from home or they don't want to work from home, they will not be forced to work from home.
Thanks, Stuart. I think that's really important clarification. I'm grateful to Archie for raising it. Turn to Ivor next, please.
Chair, it's with regard to the hybrid working, where your office is your place of work, but you can work from home. Now, say Monday and Friday you're in at the office, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday you're working from home. Let's say you live in Carlisle and you're a building inspector or something, and you have to then travel from Carlisle to Dumfries to inspect the buildings, whereas before you would travel from Carlisle to Dumfries to the office and then go and inspect the building. Is there any opportunity that we could get into dispute with what are genuine claims, because your job involves travelling from A to B, and well, actually you shouldn't be, you should be going from A to your workplace, then going to B. Is there any issues there that we could actually end up alienating staff because of interpretation of rules?
Certainly not from my perspective. You know, we've looked at all of those issues. We will ensure that we continue to comply with the normal travel and subsistence arrangements. However, the contractual base pre-COVID is the foundation of the existing relationship between the member of staff and the council, and that won't change under a home working arrangement because of that fact. What we're also not intending to do, and I think hopefully it's clear through the policy documentation, is that we are not looking for whole-scale contractual changes here from a location or a base perspective. Because when you put regulation around a home working or a flexible working arrangement, it starts to constrict and impact on the flexibility. And I think the example you mentioned there about working Monday or Friday or Tuesday and Wednesday, we want ultimate flexibility on a weekly and a daily basis to be based on conversations with managers. If some people want to put in more formalised arrangements, then as long as management and staff are comfortable with that. But if the following week they want to go into an office on the Monday and Friday instead of working from home in those days, we want that flexibility to happen either. But it's certainly not going to jar up against our national or our local terms and conditions, whether it's through pay or through our travel and subsistence allowance by implementing these arrangements.
No, I think my point was, if you're working from home and you're on the hybrid and part of your job is going on a site visit, do you measure from home to the site visit, or have you just take the route from the office to the site visit if that was a shorter route? And could that cause problems? Because you're actually saying you're working from home, and it doesn't matter which day it is, but is that an issue and could it cause problems?
We don't think it will cause problems. We do think it's work to site, and anyone who is regularly going on site visits, then we would also expect the provision of vehicles for staff to minimise, if not completely wipe out any need for sort of grey mileage or any claims of that nature. that would certainly continue to be the model that would be used. And of course, we do have facilities for vehicles to be used in every area of the region.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. Can I go to Katie next, please?
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I think it's really important that we get these policies put through. So thank you for bringing them forward. And it's incredible how, certainly from an elected member's point of view, been asking to do home learning, working remotely since 2017, since my election. Got told repeatedly, no, can't possibly do that. Pandemic hits, suddenly we can. But we are now moving forward with it, and I think it is to be welcomed. There's a few points, and actually a couple of my colleagues have concerns who are not on the call today about the home working environment and the DSE assessments, and how are we doing that, and how are we ensuring that we're not building up potential concerns under health and safety and musculoskeletal problems for those working in home environments that are maybe not entirely suitable. Certainly there's reference to the managers should be reviewing these personal assessments within page 432. So I've been asked to sort of bring that question to committee today. So if I can, but just as well as I'm really conscious, it caught my eye on page 431, 9.14. Employees must ensure that they do not share sensitive or personal information under any circumstances out with the secure council system. Absolutely. But then it goes on to say, use of WhatsApp, Zoom or other similar messaging tools or personal emails should not be used. Where does that leave the likes of elected members, where we're being asked to attend community meetings and that's the platform of choice for those groups? Equally, those across the Communities Directorate who are working very closely with community councils and other organisations that choose to use those, because council employees do get asked to these meetings, and if we're not allowed to contact them, and it's specifically written within this policy, I would hate for any member or any employee to be pulled up on attending a meeting via Zoom, which then goes in contrary to this policy. So I would just be mindful of that sentence and ask if we can possibly get that reviewed. The other question I had was in terms of the roles and responsibilities and the equipment, and is the homeowners or it's the employee's responsibility to ensure that the home environment is suitable in terms of health and safety. But again, that kind of contradicts the health and safety at work. So, I think there needs to be maybe a bit more clarity on what's responsibility for employee and where does the council step in. So that was just a few points I wanted to raise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, health and safety is hugely important in any work or work situation. And the health and safety legislation extends not only to office-based staff or frontline-based staff, but also for home working in equal measure. And just to give members that assurance, there is a significant amount of guidance and supporting documentation available for all managers and staff around home working assessments, around DSE assessments. They've all had professional oversight from the health and safety team, and it looks at those important issues around ergonomics, musculoskeletal, you've highlighted those, also staying mentally fit and well, work potentially some of the issues around working in isolation or stress, and manual handling, etc. We've also built up a comprehensive suite of what we call toolbox talks, and these are a bit more of a kind of interactive and simple to use guides around quick tips on how to stay well at home and manage your workplace in the best way that you can. However, those risk assessments and those home working assessments are founded in health and safety legislation. They're really comprehensive and robust, but easy to both implement and understand. Coming back to once they're set up, it's really important that home working is monitored, it's reviewed, managers are engaging regularly with their staff, and of course we've had 15 months of experience whereby those kind of early days where we found ourselves in new working arrangements. And I think it's interesting just to reflect on home working has been on our HR policy framework since 2016, but it was actually very rare to have anyone working permanently or the vast majority of their time from home. So we have significantly tested that system and that approach. We've put all those measures and supportive processes in place, and there's really I can't underestimate the work that has gone into ensuring that managers are very clear, that staff are also clear about how these engagements work. But what we are also saying to managers is, every 6 months, you need to review those working arrangements. You need to make sure through your normal one-to-one process, your team meetings, that you're having those checks, your check-ins, and making sure that staff are working the way that they want to work, and it's the way the service wants to work. And I think one of the concerns and the challenges that comes back through is sometimes that blurry line where what's work and what's home. And I think, from our guidance, we're making sure that this is very, very clear, that managers, spot the signs and don't ignore what might appear initially as an overproductive employee, but to understand how staff are actually working and making sure they're taking the appropriate breaks and check-ins. In terms of the technology, we've aligned our policy to the kind of formal council systems that are recognised as secure, that are promoted, that can be used for sensitive council work, and that's why we've aligned our policy to those mediums. But obviously conversations happen outside those. But we're very clear that sensitive and confidential information would only be shared with those council systems that have been supported by our BTS colleagues and through our technology policies as well. I hope that kind of answers the kind of full range of questions that were there.
If I can just come back, Chair, that would be useful. Yep. I mean, I guess what I'm looking for is a ward officer has to attend a community council meeting. They're on Zoom. Can they attend? Because the policy here essentially says they can't attend, and they shouldn't be attending, and they shouldn't be using their personal details to attend. And it's about having that really clear so that the employees are very. They know what the rules are, so they can then essentially follow them. And I think that maybe needs to be looked at clearly. It would be completely inappropriate to use those services for sharing sensitive information, but it doesn't make it clear in this policy that that's only for sensitive information, but they could attend. And I appreciate what you're saying, that you are following BTS, but that's maybe something that we need to update. Just a final point, if I may, in terms of the health and safety working at home, does that cover elected members? Because, nobody's ever come to my house, and, we're all trying our very best here. Is it just employees, or does it also, do elected members get covered by this policy as well?
The policy is an employee-driven policy, and the measures that we have in place. However, I'm more than happy to engage with colleagues in governance to make sure that the appropriate health and safety measures are put in place for everyone. Because health and safety isn't just limited to employees, but also covers the spectrum of other office bearer type roles. So I'm more than happy to pick that up and make sure that those measures are in place.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Katie. I see Councillor Dryburgh reminding me that we've gone 2 hours without a break. I think we'll try and get to the end of this item at least, although I appreciate the reminder. So we'll go to Malcolm Johnson next. Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. Stuart's actually largely answered it. It maybe seems a bit premature. We're getting a policy here, and I always like to see a review date on every policy. because things change. And one of my concerns at the time was employees may go down the path of home working or hybrid working, and then circumstances can change quickly. But I think Stuart's basically answered it by saying that they're going to continually review it if I'm correct, and if home circumstances change, then I'm sure he'll be flexible.
Certainly, I can just confirm on a policy cycle, we review our policies every 3 years as best we can. Obviously, there's some priorities for policy work that can either accelerate those reviews, or some of them will be a bit longer. In terms of the actual application of a home working arrangement, that's a more dynamic arrangement and situation, and therefore it can change based on the conversations between manager and member of staff, based on the circumstances. So yeah, that flexibility is there.
Thanks, Stuart. Okay, going to Ronnie Nicholson next, please. Ronnie.
Thanks, Chair. Katie's done a good job with the question that I was going to ask, so that's cut it a bit in half. I mean, we are in a different situation than a year ago about home working. You know, things have changed. There's more pressures as well to actually get people to do home working, and you can have all the documentation you want and self-assessments you want. But anecdotally, you know, there are some staff that feel pressure just to tick the boxes on different things. And is there any actual, you know, way of, you know, trying to get any physical checks on anything, you know, that's been ticked in a form or not? Because I think, you know, as I said, anecdotally, there are some people that feel a bit of pressure. And one of the examples is, you know, working in a one-room living room, the kids running about, table in the middle, you know, computer in the middle, and, you know, I take it that box has been ticked. Well, so, but they feel pressure just to, yeah, that's it, that's the way it's going to be now, and that's it. So there is some people with that lack of confidence to actually come forward in a different way. And Archie was talking about the, you know, the assurances and that no member of staff will be, you know, forced or put pressure on, but individuals do feel that pressure, whether it's you know, from the bosses or supervisors or peers. And I think there is a case of mental health, mental well-being as well as physical well-being. And I think, you know, this council should be and will do all it can, hopefully, to promote positive physical and mental health well-being.
I certainly would endorse those points fully, Chair, as you would expect. And it's been very difficult, as members will appreciate, for people to go into other people's homes to do home working assessment checks during lockdown and restrictive workplaces. However, we have tried to be as creative as we can under the current arrangements or previous arrangements, whereby we've asked for photographs, if you like, of workstations so that managers can at least have sight and assurance that things are set up the way that the form indicates that it's set up, and that gives a degree of assurance. But obviously, moving forward, a home working assessment is a joint process. It's meant to include the manager and the member of staff, and we'd certainly like to see you know, much more interaction and visitation of workspaces, because, you know, it's really important that people are, if they're working from home because it suits them, that they're doing so safely, and they're not doing it in a manner where, because they may lack a bit of confidence to speak out, if the workstation just isn't quite right for them and it's actually affecting their health physically or mentally, that's not where we want to be. So we want to make sure that, you know, we'll do everything that we can that the home working assessment is not a tick box exercise, whether it's under restrictive practices or not. And as we come out of those more restrictive practices, we want to see much more visibility, where managers are taking that interest in going and seeing the workspace for themselves, and getting that assurance, because that in itself breeds confidence.
Thanks very much for that. Just one other thing you had there. You know, some of the people have been speaking about, and it has been mentioned about tax allowances and things like that for home working. But there are, especially in winter times or even summer, if they've got fans on and things like that as well, there are increased costs at home, and it's a suitability of the surrounding. They need more heat and need more maybe fans or things like that on. Is this being looked at, and is it being looked at on an individual basis because everybody's in different surroundings?
Certainly, as far as cost is concerned, council must, we must provide staff with the suitable and sufficient equipment in order for them to do their work at no cost to them. We've also, through the pandemic, we've had very clear guidance through COSLA as a national policy body to all 32 councils that employees working from home are not entitled to any additional allowances through the national terms and conditions and the structures in place. However, we have promoted, and you've alluded to that, we have promoted the tax relief that's available to staff that allows them to claim certain benefits in kind. At a last count, over 3 million people in the UK have done that. So we'll continue to promote that as best we can. I think one of the other safeguards that we've put in place within our policy framework is that if we ever reach another enforced situation where we have to work from home, then the policy indicates that we will review that in line with that Scottish Government and COSLA guidance. So, it's very much, it's important to us that whilst we can't commit to that beyond the national position, we will commit to reviewing that and asking the questions nationally what that policy position is likely to be.
Thanks very much. I think it was Sean actually that said the last time, and I think the question was asked about the tax, whether the employers can pay the money first. And I think that's done in Chapel Cross. Correct me if I'm wrong, actually, Sean, but I think that's been done, so it takes a kind of pressure off the employee to do that. So, and that might help as well to smooth oil the wheels, if you want.
Yeah, I think certainly if that's something we could look at, that would seem to me to be a good idea. Absolutely. Okay, so I want to move on to Henry Cleland. Henry, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Stuart, you've touched on a number of the points that I was going to ask, and especially the comprehensive answer you gave to Katie's question round about ergonomics, etc. But I think in normal working life, when you're in an office, you've got your work colleagues and you've got your manager pretty much on hand and available on a daily basis. With working at home, there is a potential to maybe put someone into a lone working scenario. And I fully appreciate what you're saying about regular reviews, toolbox talks, etc. But in that situation, it could quite easily lead to a work-related stress situation where maybe through no fault of his own or potentially the council, that a worker will find himself with a mental health illness. So how are we going to ensure that our workforce get the support that they would expect on the daily basis? And how are we going to ensure that they get that at home? Because the contact, just by default, will certainly reduce, and I would think reduce significantly.
Thank you, Councillor. That's obviously a really valid and sort of welcome point as well. It's, interestingly, over the past 12 months, and we'll be reporting it to committee in the not too distant future, that there has been a 3% reduction across the workforce in work-related stress in the last 12 months. Notwithstanding that, individuals are clearly impacted, whether it's personal or work-related, in terms of the environment that they have. What I can say is that the relationship between the line manager and the employee is paramount. The relationship with the colleagues is also paramount, and we've got significant guidance in promoting it on a daily, weekly, monthly basis through our health and wellbeing networks to reinforce the message of staying connected. we need to try and ensure that people feel confident to come forward if they don't feel connected. And we certainly have those extensive wellbeing measures around our health and wellbeing champions, our mental health champions, over 100 of those who are trained in mental health first aid, who are there ready and available to have conversations with staff. We're encouraging managers to check in with their staff regularly, and 15 months in, there's certainly good examples of practice, but obviously not everything is perfect out there. It never will be, but we aspire for it to be in the very best that we can. We also have our occupational health provider who is front and centre at providing counselling services for staff, not only from a management referral perspective, but self-referral. And that's something that was very important for elected members in this occupational health contract, that people can reach out for that professional support without necessarily going through their manager. So there's a wide range of support mechanisms in place there, but we've got to keep very, very a close eye on these things and make sure that we continue to focus that wellbeing agenda on ensuring that people not only at home are protected both physically and mentally, but also those individuals in the front line, and not forgetting that their wellbeing is very, very important too.
Thank you, Stuart. And Rob, just a wee bit of feedback on there. The HSE guidance suggests that you should take a break for 5 minutes every hour.
Yes, I'm conscious that we're probably stretching everyone's capacity right now. But I think we will certainly try and have a short break after this item. But thanks for the questions, Henry. I'll move on to Sean. No, I beg your pardon. Move on to Ronnie Tate and then to Sean. Ronnie?
Thanks, Chair. Just a small point, actually. I've just been listening to what's been said. Would it not be, far less complicated after COVID is at a manageable level, actually people go back to their offices?
Okay, thanks.
Silence.
Just Chair, just to come back on that, though, what we're obviously proposing today is something that's already been there, and it's already been beneficial to the workforce and the organisation. And this is a basket of flexible working opportunities that this council, we believe, will want to put forward for staff, if staff feel that this is good for them. There's certainly no evidence that this has reduced productivity. There is clear evidence that this has been of benefit to a large number of staff, and we certainly want to just promote that as a potential future working pattern that will benefit not only the council but the staff as well. So we very much welcome the opportunity to put it on the table. It's there for staff to use, and if they choose to use it, the framework is there. If they don't choose to use it, then they will go back to the workplace.
Thanks, Stuart. So I think that's the won the prize for the most difficult straight question of the day, Ronnie. But I think it's important to recognise that giving us maybe a better policy framework for some practices we already had across the council, but kind of making them more, I think, systematic and consistent across the piece, which I think in terms of ensuring that our staff are fairly treated. It's very important.
I just think, Chair, actually, I quite agree with Councillor McLennan, actually. When people are working on their own for a long period of time, the mental health issues certainly are exacerbated, I would suggest, anyway.
Without a doubt, I think these are things that we have to be mindful of. I sincerely hope that we're moving back into a situation where people are able to interrelate with each other in a way that lockdowns just didn't permit. That even if people are working from home, they're not anyway as isolated as they have been for an awful long time now. I think the combination of those two things has been potentially really quite serious in terms of mental well-being. I think probably a lot of us would maybe recognise that in ourselves to some extent, that lockdowns have taken their toll. But I hope that working from home under ordinary circumstances wouldn't necessarily involve those same kind of levels of risk.
Chair, can I come in and obviously as health and well-being sort of elected member role within the health and wellbeing group, I have to back up what Stuart's actually been saying about the number of times that people get contacted in a day has increased significantly to what it would if they were in a normal sort of home working situation. The mental health first aiders, the staff, the team leaders have all contacted their staff, as far as I can see, on regular occurrences throughout the day. So it's not just once a day they're getting contacted. It could be sometimes 3, 4, 5 times a day that they're actually getting contacted. And of course, the staff themselves have a responsibility and a duty to follow any guidelines as well. So if there are any concerns, then they can contact their team leaders. But I think what I've seen over the last year is it's actually improved productivity rather than decreased productivity. And that was a thing that team leaders had a real concern about when they first started this home working. And I think what I've seen over the last year and a bit is definitely there's less stress from people working at home as to what there was before, because there was that unsureness of team leaders understanding what the staff were actually doing at home, and I think it's proved exceptionally good for the staff.
Thanks, Archie. I want to go to Sean Marshall and then to Doug Fairbairn, and then I think we'll go to the recommendations. Sean?
Thanks, Rob. I think what we have to be mindful is we are all individuals and we're all different. I think the one thing that's happened with COVID, it's allowed us to explore the flexible working, smarter working options that are available to us. And I think both in the private and public sector, we will not return to the norm of before COVID. And I think, the home working policy framework, which is before us now, I welcome that. But I work for a similar organisation in size, 8,000, and I've worked at home for over a year now. And it's more than just home working policy. I think we call it the smart working policy. So we've got smart working champions. We're looking at mental health. We're looking at how we can improve the facilities, both for people working at home, but also improve facilities in our workplace areas, like having hubs, having hot desking, etc. So this is a massive piece of work that's going to be with us now, and it's going to be a lot of change. And the encouraging thing is a lot of it is decided on each person's working circumstances, is with that one-to-one dialogue with your line manager, etc. And I think that's built into the framework. And within that as well, line management have a responsibility to check on workers both in the office and at home, or those that actually operate between the two, that can be maybe in sometime and at home the other. I think the one opportunity maybe that the council should maybe explore within it, though, because it is going to change from now on, is that you have to formalise the arrangements with everybody. I think Ronnie mentioned before about at Magnox. Yes, I think Magnox identified all the people working from home, and they decided to pay the £6 a week allowance and then to claim that back. So there is a facility for doing that. But I think one thing that I've always noticed, which is a sense of frustration for officers and for members, is when we come to the KPIs within each directorate, one of the ones in the traffic light system that we always fail on is meeting the percentage for our performance reviews with staff. And I think maybe, have you looked at the potential for building this into the performance annual review, so at the same time you can review their current working arrangements and formalise that, and that may actually increase the levels of annual performance appraisals across the council.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, some really good points there. Performance management is one of the areas that has changed through COVID, and that kind of traditional approach of presenteeism and being visible in a workspace almost in a way indicates that you're being productive. That visibility is not necessarily there. However, what we do want to make sure is that as we move to an outcomes-based performance management framework, that people are delivering on those objectives, and it's really important that as we review and we're looking at our performance management framework at the moment, and how we build that going forward, those kind of day-to-day, weekly interactions are vital in terms of how you build a performance portfolio for someone. And that once a year annual meeting should just be the icing on the cake, and certainly not actually underpin the performance management framework.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, Sean. I'm going to go to Doug Fairbairn, and then we'll turn to the recommendations. Doug.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, some excellent points made. I think Archie nearly answered my question earlier on there, but Stuart, it's in relation to mental health champions. How much use has been made of them recently? Is there an increased use?
There has indeed been an increase in use, and we're actually reviewing that at the moment, because we've seen the true value, Councillor, over the past 15 months or so of these individuals. However, some of the interactions with staff, it's been a little bit sporadic in terms of visibility within directorates. So we've actually commissioned that piece of work through the Strategic Health and Wellbeing Group that Archie's mentioned there. And what we're actually looking at is enhancing that resource. We've also set up a kind of peer-to-peer review process whereby staff who are those mental health champions can actually talk about their experiences with others, because that's really important that we look after them too. And actually, one of the good news stories is, even though we've got over 100, since we've carried out this feedback and we're continuing to review and analyse that feedback, we've had another 26 people coming forward who want to be mental health champions for this organisation. So we want to continue to invest in those people, and that means giving them that mental health first aid training, which is quite significant and high level training that goes across the full spectrum of mental health, from a sort of light touch, kind of confidence building conversations, to suicide prevention, pretty serious stuff. But that's the tools that we give these individuals, that they can go out and competently have those conversations with staff. So it's very much an important resource. We're actually growing that resource. People are coming forward and they want to help others who need that support, and we want to continue to invest in them. So it's a very, very good area of development for us.
That's very positive. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Stuart.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Appreciate the question, and I think that as feedback is really really useful for us as well. Members, will move to the recommendations. Are we content to note 2.1? Approve at 2.2 the home working policy, that's Appendix 1, and the procedure Appendix 2, as well as the resource pack. And at 2.3, note that the staff survey was carried out March 2021 with the overview of results as detailed within Appendix 3. We content to note that. That's excellent. Thank you very much. Members, we've still 5 substantive items left, so I think we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 4 o'clock. That will also allow for a handover from me to the Vice Chair, with my apologies to the committee for a clash of diary. Ordinarily, members would recognise that nothing is more important than committee business on a committee day. I do have a meeting at 4 o'clock with colleagues from Mid and East Antrim Council regarding their Union Connectivity Review Working Group. 4 o'clock was the only time and the only date that would work for them. So with my apologies for leaving you, but also being content to leave you in Archie's safe hands, I'll stop there, and we'll reconvene, albeit without me, at 4 o'clock. Thanks, members.
Thanks very much, Amy. Welcome back, members. Thank you very much for being back on time. I'll just check with Nick that we are quorum. Nick, there is a few people left because of other meetings here.
Yes, happy to confirm we're quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now going to item number 20, members, which is Inspire Graduate Programme 2021-22, report by Head of People and Transformation. This report provides us with an overview of the delivery of the graduate programme reflected in the Council's agreed budget. James McDowell is here to assist if members have any questions. James, have you got anything to add to the report?
No, nothing to add, Chair, at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions or comments? Okay, it seems that you're getting off with that, James. I think it's a pretty straightforward report. Thank you very much for that. Members will go to the recommendations. In recommendation 1, we note the 5 Dumfries and Galloway Council funded Inspire graduate placement, aligned to be refreshed, Council Business Plans 2021-22 and the priority recovery themes. And we've also asked to note the 4 regional graduate replacements funded via Scottish and local government partnership delivery of the Young Persons Guarantee, which Dumfries and Galloway Council are currently delivering to support regional and community priorities. Are we happy with that? Thank you. We'll then move on to item 21, which is the Digital Scotland Superfast Broadband Programme final update, report by the Head of People and Transformation. This report provides us with a final update from the Digital Scotland Superfast Broadband Programme and advises on the outcomes from this, and including the extended build across Dumfries and Galloway. James Pocock is here to assist members if they have any questions, and he is joined by members of the programme itself to assist us in our considerations. Can I welcome James Carsley, who is the Programme Director from Openreach, Sarah Budge, who is the Programme Director from DSSB, and her colleagues Rachel Darrick, Fiona Muir and Duncan Nisbet. I don't know if you've got anything else to add to the report, James?
Nothing. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. James, have you got anything to add to the report?
No, I think we're good anyway. I think happy for questions, aren't we, James P?
Okay. And Sarah, are you happy with the report as well? Okay, thank you. Members, any questions on this report? A couple of seconds just in case we have slow broadband.
Oh.
Okay. Stephen Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was just a quick question on, obviously we're talking now about the sort of voucher schemes, and while there's a great degree of success nationally, obviously we are in that sort of one of the parts where it's very hard to get 100%, because there's always going to be homes or in rural areas, for example, or small clusters of homes. So it's really just, I suppose, our constituents really want to know how the scheme works, and sometimes it's not entirely 100% clear how that would work if they're a group of houses wanting to work together, or if it's if it's a certain distance from a particular exchange, or because I think the costs can be slightly over the cost of the voucher, the value of the voucher sometimes, depending on where it is. So it's really just maybe, is that something that we could maybe get a bit more detail of as we approach R100?
Thanks for that question, Stephen. And before you answer, James or anyone, I think it might be an idea actually to get a more informal briefing discussion we'd provide with members on digital connectivity and what there is in the future as well, and it'll allow members to engage on anything that's happening in the future with us, and perhaps arrange a workshop after the summer recess, if that's okay with yourself, James and Lorna.
Happy to take that away, Chair, and get that arranged after the recess.
Okay. So can you answer the specific question for?
I'll maybe ask my colleague Duncan Nisbet to perhaps answer that question.
Okay, Duncan, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, James. Good afternoon, members. Yeah, so the Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme that we have, in terms of the R100 scheme overall, obviously 100% means 100%, and there's three key elements to that. The vast majority of that 100% actually comes from commercial operators. So across Scotland as a whole, that's about 94% of the coverage. We then have our three main contracts, which have all been awarded to BT, North, Central and South. Dumfries and Galloway obviously is wholly contained within the South contract, and for premises that we can't reach either via commercial operators or via the main contracts, we have the Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme. There's two elements to that. The first element being that for any property that can't achieve speed or deliver order a service of at least 30 megabits per second, then they will be eligible for vouchers of up to £5,000 per property. And we also have an interim voucher scheme as well, and that's for properties who are in the main programme or in commercial deployment, but the deployment is not expected to take place until after the end of this year. And in those cases, an interim voucher is available of up to £400, as the name suggests, so that an interim solution can be put in place until such time as either the main contract or the commercial operator reaches that property. The other kind of aspect of the voucher scheme is that there's also a UK government gigabit voucher scheme that is available, and where appropriate it is possible to combine the values of those vouchers, so that takes the £5,000 up to £6,500 for residential premises or £8,500 for business premises. The easiest way for your constituents to understand the impact for them is to have a look at the online checker on our website, which is scotlandsuperfast.com. On there it will confirm whether or not they're expected to be covered either commercially or through the main contract. If not, there's then additional information that explains how the voucher scheme itself works. It is a demand-led scheme. We do expect the suppliers themselves to actually target eligible premises. So we've got 66 providers now under the Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme, and they have access to all of the data which shows all the eligible premises for the various cohorts of vouchers, and can target premises directly, or individuals, or as you suggest, communities can approach suppliers directly as well in order to try and find a solution for them.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Duncan. Stephen, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, just as Duncan was talking there, I was able to look at the superfast.com website. So obviously, I think it's more just for some particular individuals. It's not as easy just to jump online and get access to information if they don't have the internet. So, and I'm appreciative now. In the last year, there's been a lot of use of the likes of MiFi type solutions for people in areas where they don't have a digital sort of line connection, but they can access the internet from a mobile data signal. However, again, we do have a couple of NOP spots in the area as well, so it does make it. It's just for those really hard to reach places. But I think I'll take on board what the response I've been given is helpful, and look forward to the sort of informal seminar or information workshop. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Stephen. Lorna, would it be okay to sort of programme in something for whatever's happening in the future, and a sort of wider informal briefing for members?
Yeah, we'll get that organised. Archie, in particular, also in the kind of Borderlands digital programme alongside this as well, to make sure members have got full sight of all the initiatives and the recent success from this programme.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, I don't see anybody else, so we'll just go to the recommendations. Members are asked to, 1, note the outcomes of the Digital Scotland Superfast Broadband Programme Extended Bill Contract as outlined in 3.2 in detail in Appendix 1. And we've been asked to note the progress of other relevant broadband initiatives as outlined in 3.3. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, everybody, for coming along. That's very short report, but for staying all day and waiting on it coming along, it has been a hectic marathon of a meeting. But thanks for your support in this. Okay, members. Okay. We now go into item number 22, which is People and Transformation Business Plan 2019 to 23 and 21-22 refresh and summary of 2021 performance. Report by the Head of People and Transformation. And this report presents the refresh of the People and Transformation Service business plan, taking account of the impact that the pandemic has had on the service, and outlines the focus for the year ahead. This is in line with the requirements of all services to present this refresh to the current cycle of committees. Mike Shepley is here to assist if members have any questions. Mike, have you got anything to add to the report?
No, Chair, I welcome the questions, thank you.
I think there was a lot of questions on the previous one as well, with the home working and that side of things as well. So I'll open it up to members. Any questions, members, or comments? Katie?
Thank you, Archie. Yeah, obviously I asked quite a few questions on the last business, the business refresh report before us, and so many of those are the same questions, so I won't repeat myself, but it was just in terms of the implementing the communications and marketing strategy. It says insert description, but the insert has never been inserted, and maybe don't need a description. I would hope I know what communications and marketing is, but maybe I don't. But is there a start date and a due date that you can update us on, Mike?
Apologies for that, Councillor, for missing that box. The work that we've been undertaking for the past few months around this has just been completed, in that we now have a draft report that I will look to bring to committee in the not too distant future. At the moment, we're now assessing that work from the advisor against the objectives that we laid down with regards to transforming our communication strategy and our approach to communication going forward post pandemic, and the lessons that we've learned as a result of dealing with the challenges of COVID. And again, some of those challenges are merely accelerated points from previous work. We're also looking to, should we say, future-proof our communication and marketing approach. And we are currently, at this moment in time, looking to recruit for a manager to lead on this work with my support and that of Lorna as well. And once we, as I say, have dissected and analysed the report from our external advisor, then I'll look to bring further information to a future committee.
Thanks. If I can just come back, so clearly the start date has happened, but is there a due date for that one?
Sorry, I missed that.
Is there a due date for that, Mike? I'm just conscious that we've got due dates for all the other ones, but we don't have for that.
So in terms of a due date, then I'm looking to bring some further report on this work and the approaches that we'll take to certain aspects of it, and I would look to bring that to November committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Katie. Right, members, there are no other hands up or speak, so we shall go to the recommendations. And members are asked to one, note the summary of performance outlined at paragraphs 3.5.1 to 3.5.5 relating to the 2021 and the progress made towards delivering on council priorities and commitments. 2, agree the proposed amendments to current business plan projects and indicators which take account of the impact of COVID-19 in Appendix 1. We're happy to agree that. And 3, agree the annual refresh of the business plan for 21-22 at Appendix 2. And we're happy to do that. Okay, thanks very much, Mike.
Thank you.
We'll then move on to item 23, members. We've got ICT Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme 21-22 to 23-24, report by the Head of People and Transformation. And this report provides us with updated information on the outturn for the ICT asset class for 2020-21 and seeks out agreement on the proposed spend for the next 3 years. Graham McAlorum is here to assist if members have any questions. Graham, have you got anything to add to the report?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing to add.
Okay, members, any questions or comments? Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to say that we had the sort of first substantive meeting of the member officer working group, and I think that's kind of got us up and running, if you like. So there'll be more of those to follow, and hopefully through members' participation in this, we'll be able to help shape and sort of understand better sort of what's coming through this. So it's really just because I think that was something that we'd discussed at the last committee and it hadn't yet happened. So it's just really to let members know that we're sort of up and running. So we should start to see the output of that in due course.
Thanks, Stephen, for that update for members that are here. Any other members? Okay, then members, we'll go to the recommendation. Recommendation 1 is to note the ICT Business Systems Asset Class Programme outcome for 2020-21 as set out in Appendix 1. Number 2, we'll agree the funding allocations within the ICT Business Asset Class Programme for financial year 2021-22 as set out in Appendix 2. And 3, note the provisional funding allocations for financial year 2022-23, financial year 2023-24. I'm happy with that. Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to item 24, which is the Assessor and ERO Business Plan 2019-23, 2021-22 refresh and summary of the 2021-21 performance report by Assessor and Electrical Registration Officer. And this report presents a refresh of the Assessor and Electoral Registration Service business plan, taking account of the impact that the pandemic has had on the service and outlines the focus for the year ahead. This is in line with the requirements of all the service to present this refresh to this current cycle of committees. Jim Doig is here to assist members if they have any questions. But firstly, Jim, I'd just like to thank you and your staff for all that you've done over the last year. We tend to forget that we've got these so many different departments within our organisation, which makes sure that we run electorally very, very efficiently. And just thanks very much for you and your staff for helping out there. Have you got anything to add to the report?
No, thanks for your comments, Chair, and nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, have you got any questions or comments on the report? I think you might be getting off with it today, Jim. Okay, then we'll go to the recommendations of members. We've been asked. Oh, sorry, Stephen.
I couldn't let you away with it there, but no, thanks, Chair. It was just a couple of points. There's two elements to this. Obviously, there's the electoral side of it and there's the assessor side of it. So, obviously, in the last year and just through how grants have been distributed and things like that, there's maybe, I suppose, maybe been a few pieces of work around, the assessor's role in terms of helping to determine eligibility of grants, for example, and sort of what, especially with sort of certain premises, etc. So, how has that been sort of factored into sort of work streams for the next wee while in terms of how we make sure our data is as up to date and as accurate as possible in that regard, and also in terms of the electoral role. Obviously, it's this is a business driven by elections, and I think it's sort of always in members' interest to know about if people are getting the right polling cards to the right addresses. And I know we've spoken before, just sort of out with committee, just about what the work that goes on behind that to sort of make sure our data is accurate and up to date, and the different systems that we have in place to sort of check and sort of authenticate that, if you like. So it was really just to get a sense of going forward, are we using technology better, and have we learned from the last election and the COVID period to sort of to build those strands into the work for the next few years?
Yep, if I can pick up on the first point there, Councillor, in terms of the data we'll learn from the grant process. I did mention in the report we have, we added a significant number of new properties and updated the valuation role through the end of the grant process, where that contact from the public sort of led us to create a whole load of new sort of, where properties were split, they were occupied, maybe with internal arrangements we weren't aware of. So they were all picked up, but certainly some of those instances, it's certainly been a learning process in terms of what we need to look for. So whilst it's not significant, and most of them we were probably aware of them and just didn't realise they'd happened so quickly. But certainly, yes, that's sort of factored in going forward. But that's part of our normal sort of day-to-day business in terms of working with building and planning and looking at the other various options we have for obtaining information through likes of the Register of Saisons and National Records. So yes, that's there, and we'll build on that and sort of learn from what we've done. In terms of the electoral roll, yeah, we chatted before just about the accuracy of the roll. Now, one of the things that happened last year again was the canvass reform. Slightly different. So rather than contact every single household that we normally do, the canvass was a matching process against DWP last year, and depending on the result, we sent different forms to different properties. So not all properties were contacted, hence why in February this year we sent a household notification letter out to all properties in the region, which helped us build up a sort of current position of where we were. We also carry out a number of user registration where we understand from council tax records, for example, if somebody's moved or through any other database that there's been a change at the property, we do have a process for contacting that. So I would say I'm quite confident in terms of we have the wheels in motion for picking up any changes and making sure it's accurate. The other thing we're doing and we're working on, we've spent a lot of time on, is the addressing. We adopted the corporate address gazetteer address database for the electoral registration system last year. There's a lot of historic mismatches where property names and had been changed over the years, but not actually updated in the corporate system. So we've spent a lot of time updating those. We're working with the CAG team at the moment. Especially, you'll find a lot of properties down west, for the west of the region, for example, it's the same name over a number of houses because it's maybe a local sort of Farnham name, for example. So we've done a lot of work making sure we've got those people in the right properties, and we're just about there with it. So yeah, I'm quite happy. We've done a lot. We're using technology where we can, and again, experience from the Scottish Parliament election. I think of our 118,000 electors, we had only 17 clerical errors. So I think the database is fairly up to date.
Okay, thank you. Happy with that, Stephen?
No, that's great, and I really appreciate just explaining that. It certainly gives it a bit more depth to the report, and I think it's with that margin of error, that's that's 99 point whatever %. So that's kind of it pays testament to the work that's ongoing. So be look out for future reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader?
Thanks, Chair. Just an observation, and I think you referred to it at the beginning, Chair, that as somebody who was an election agent at last month's Scottish Parliament elections, I do think the department did an excellent job and the council did an excellent job under extremely difficult circumstances. And I'm sure many of us would like to put on our record of our appreciation of the hard work that went in to make that a successful event. Looking at page 521, one of the indicators which is being removed from the business plan is the total number of postal votes within Dumfries and Galloway, with a comment that this is data only and the service has no control over the number of postal votes we receive. I guess that may be true in normal circumstances, but you did put quite a lot of effort into advertising the fact that people could get a postal vote this time, and to enabling people to have that alternative to having to go to the polling station in circumstances under which they might not be very comfortable. You might be able to advise me. I don't know how many eventually additional postal votes you managed to achieve, but I would have thought certainly this year that was an indicator of the success of the running of the election, in that you had encouraged so many more people to take up the option of a postal vote. So I was just a little bit surprised to see it being removed. It may be that it normally has got less relevance than it did in this particular election. Thank you.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, in terms of numbers, we added just over 10,000 postal votes to what we started off with around February, so that's quite an increase. The majority of those were picked up from the work we did early on. The reason I was suggesting we remove it from the performance indicators is purely we have no control over it. And it's not benchmarked against anything. It's not a target as such. It's just dealing with numbers as and when, and it changes without our control. So that's really the main reason for seeking to remove it.
Okay, are you happy with that, Leader?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I guess that is true under normal circumstances. I just felt that actually the fact that the number of postal votes went up by 10,000 between February and May was because, I mean, a certain amount of work done by political parties, but given that we weren't able to go around doors, knocking on people's doors and suggesting they get a postal vote, that work was mainly done by your department, and that's an indicator of success, at least in this year anyway. Thanks.
Jim, whilst it's not an indicator, do you still keep a running total of how many postal votes that you have within the region?
Oh yeah, it's something we maybe don't sort of monitor it with the election periods as such, but through Canvas, we need to understand how it's moving. So we do report it sort of regularly through the Assessors Association.
Okay, thank you. I think that's useful to know, and obviously the election agents are always happy to understand how many postal votes there is actually out there. Is there anybody else got any questions for Jim? Okay, Mills, in which case we'll go to the recommendations. We're asked to note 2.1, the summary performance outlines at paragraph 3.51 to 3.55. Agree 2.2, which is proposed amendments to the current business plan projects, as in Appendix 1. And 3, agree the assessor and yearly annual refresh of the business plan for 2021-22. Excuse me. Okay, members, I have not been notified of any other urgent business, and therefore can I thank members for your contributions, your scrutiny, and your attendance at this marathon session of 25 agenda meeting, and wish you all a good evening, and hope you have an excellent rest of the week. And we'll see you at the next ENR committee. Thank you very much.